don't want that to be on the record. So you're going to have to navigate the different ways of talking to a reporter. Obviously, we've heard this so many times before. Off the record. I'm talking to you off the record. And I'm telling you about all these things because I feel that in today's world, we have different conceptions, different ideas of what off the record means, on the record, on background. So I'm going to explain to you how this works and how no matter what I'm telling you today, when you talk to a reporter, you're going to have to negotiate with that reporter, and you're going to have to try to understand what the boundaries are and what you mean by off the record and what that reporter means by off the record. So I'll tell you about my specific experience, right? For me, off the record means that you're telling me something off the record and I cannot use that piece of information. That piece of information is not written anywhere, and it's basically in my head for a second and then has to leave my head the next second that you tell me. So off the record is extremely strict. It means that the reporter cannot say anything about that piece of information and cannot use it at all. That's off the record. Why would you use the off the record? Maybe you have a secret from the campaign that you have a relationship with the reporter and you want to let that reporter know about that little secret, but you don't want that secret to be public. So you're going to say off the record. Or maybe you want to establish a relationship with a reporter and you're going to give that reporter information that is secret so you can establish a rapport. And maybe down the line, that reporter is going to trust you and you're going to trust that reporter and you're going to have that relationship that is going to be beneficial for both. You also have on background. When you call a reporter and you tell the reporter, I'm going to give you this piece of information on background, that means that you want the reporter to know this info, but you're pushing the reporter to ask other people about this info. You don't want anybody to know that that piece of information is coming from you or from your campaign. But you want that reporter to do some reporting on it and try to get other people to talk on the record about this. So that would be on background information. It's really important too, because that establishes some sort of a news or the origins, the lead to a news piece. That would be background or background information that a reporter would need to understand a specific news or event that is happening. Then you have without attribution. You can call a reporter and tell that reporter, listen, I'm telling you this, but you cannot tell anybody that is coming from me. And this information is on the record. Basically, you can use it, but you cannot trace it back to me. You can say maybe that sources close to this candidate's campaign told us that this and this and this. That would be without attribution. We don't know where it's coming from. It's coming from sources, and that's how reporters were going to identify where that information is coming from, but we're never talking about who that person is or from where that information is coming from. And then you have on the record. On the record means that it's totally open, that it's transparent, and that the information I'm giving you, you reporter, you can use this information and you can quote me with my name and my title attached to it. So those are a few different ways of communicating information to a reporter and for the reporter to gather facts and news. Now, how do you communicate? If you're working at a campaign, at a political campaign, how do you communicate with reporters? Well, let me tell you how. Email, I'm going to tell you right now, is almost dead. And that's a picture that you see over there from my phone this morning. So I have right now close to 2,000 unread messages. And believe me, it's not that I'm lazy. It's not that I don't care. It's just that we receive on a daily basis such an amount of different emails from different sources and from different places that it's totally impossible for any reporter today to keep up with email. I'm not saying that it's not important. I'm just saying that it's really hard. If you're expecting a reporter to read your email, you're going to have to do more than just send that email. You might have to call the reporter and remind that reporter to go back to her inbox and check the email that you sent 2 days ago. You want to make sure that that email that you send, that reporter is not missing. It's extremely hard, and that close to 2,000 emails that I have right now is from the last 2 weeks. So imagine after 3 months, that inbox can be at 20,000 emails that I haven't read. So email for me is like the new fax. Do you remember when people used to fax stuff? I don't know, I've been working in journalism for the last almost 20 years, and I've never gotten any news from a fax that someone sent me. Fax is so outdated. I feel that email is going basically is going in the same direction right now, just because of the amount of information that reporters get on a daily basis. Now, Twitter. If you are in politics, Twitter rules. Twitter is a place to be at. And some people are not good at it. Some people don't like it. To a lot of people, like I get anxiety with Twitter just because it's a constant stream, non-stop stream of information that never stops. So it's extremely hard to feel that you are done with it, right? You keep scrolling and scrolling. And then the political debate right now is extremely polarized, and social media like Twitter is partly responsible for that. However, every campaign should be on Twitter because that's the most effective way today to convey your message without an intermediary. Back in the day, reporters were the gatekeepers. We were the perfect intermediary between the campaign and the voter. Now social media is allowing anybody to skip that step, that reporter, that intermediary. So Twitter is extremely important, and all political reporters are on Twitter, and they check Twitter, and they're on Twitter nonstop. So sometimes sending a direct message via Twitter to a reporter might get the reporter's attention quicker than sending that reporter an email. Other ways of communicating with reporters, well, Signal is really popular, and Signal is encrypted. So it's really, and you can delete what you're sending really quickly, so there's no trace. If you want to leak information to a reporter, that's a perfect tool to use, a Signal. Most reporters use Signal. And then you have text messages and WhatsApp. I think they are more effective for most reporters. If you want to get to a reporter, if you want to send a reporter a piece of info or talk to that reporter, I think sending a text message or a WhatsApp, it's sometimes more efficient and faster than sending an email. So you have a whole variety of different ways of getting in touch with a reporter. Now, let me tell you what a media advisory is. A media advisory is when the candidate is announcing an event, something that is going to take place, and is telling the media to be aware of that event happening and the time and the place. And sometimes the campaign is asking the reporter to sign up or to be there on time or 2 hours in advance. So that's the media advisory that you might send via email, but that you can also send on a tweet. And remember, if the media is following your campaign, they're going to be following you constantly on Twitter. So it's going to be a really effective tool of communication. Then you have the press release, right? The press release is when a politician, an elected official, a political candidate sends a message to the people, to reporters, to the voters about something, or about a project that has been done or is about to be done, or to an event, or to remind those people to register to vote because it's really important. And most times press releases They come also with quotes from the politicians sending that press release, and from other sometimes elected officials that are supporting whatever that elected official is doing or announcing or promoting. So that's the press release. You're going to have to know how to, if you want to work in a campaign or an elected for an elected official, you're going to have to know how to write quickly a good and effective press release. Now, let me tell you a little bit about election night. Election night is really important. Like election night is when things come to an end, when all your work as a political operative comes to fruition, whether you win or you lose. And, it's at the end of the road for a campaign that you've tried to build and to create a narrative for. You've been trying to sell the candidate to the media, and you're going to see the results of all that work. You should prepare your candidate for the best outcome and also prepare your candidate for the worst outcome. In most cases, even if that candidate loses the election, that doesn't mean that night is the end of the political career of that politician. A defeat doesn't have to mean it's over politically for your candidate. Who knows, maybe in 6 months, there's going to be another opening for an elected position, or maybe in 2 years. And you want people to remember your candidate as a good candidate, a candidate that was always on message, disciplined, and graceful. You want your candidate to have those qualities because in most cases, those qualities are the qualities of a winner in most cases. Now we have other examples in US politics that might not reflect that image, or they might not follow that tradition. And I'm going to tell you how two different candidates handled an election night totally different when it comes to the media. I'm going to tell you about what not to do. If you work for a candidate, try to prepare that candidate for a defeat. That's what happened to the Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr. He's a city council member. He ran last June. He was running in a primary election for Congress, in a Democratic primary for Congress. He was one of the favorites to win that election because he's been in politics for almost 20 years or more than 20 years. His son is a Bronx borough president. He was a state senator before becoming a city council member. So a lot of people thought, listen, Ruben Diaz Sr., he has a political constituency that is really strong, that has been voting for him for many, many years. So maybe he will be winning this election. So he was one of the people that the media followed as a possible winner. What happened? He didn't. He didn't win. He came in third or fourth, if I remember correctly. And you could tell election night that things, even though all the votes hadn't been counted, you could tell by the results that he wasn't going to come on top. So this is what happened on election night with Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr. And it's an example of what not to do. Early. You don't want to talk to us?
Not to you. No, not to you. One yes to you. No.
Why not to me?
Because you are bad and you are something.
Excuse me? Sir. What do you think about getting like 15% of the vote tonight? Councilman, excuse me, don't push me. Excuse me, Councilman, what do you think about getting 15% of the vote tonight? Excuse me, Councilman, what do you think about getting 15% of the vote tonight?
Push him.
Why would you talk to us?
Hello?
Why would you talk to us? Councilman, well, Errol, you saw. So the councilman, he doesn't want to talk to us, or he doesn't want to talk to me. There's nothing we can do, right? He didn't want to do the debate either on New York 1 when the other candidates debated for the seat. that's all we have right now. I think we see more supporters that are coming to say, let's see if we can you give us one quick second, because I think the Bronx former president is here too. Bronx former president, can you talk to us briefly about the results tonight? So the Bronx former president, Ruben Diaz Jr., he didn't get to endorse his father in the race, but he's right now here. They're leaving right now. I guess they're not happy tonight. So that's what happened on election night, primary night, on New York One. We were going live. I was talking to Errol Lewis, who is the host of Inside City Hall, the political anchor at New York One. And like you saw, the candidate didn't want to talk to me. He was extremely upset. And then his son, the Bronx Borough President, Ruben Diaz Jr., didn't want to talk to me either. And they left that way. People were able to see that live on television, how two politicians, father and son, were leaving the scene extremely upset without talking to reporters. It's not a good look, and it doesn't create a good narrative for those two politicians. They look like they're trying to hide from the press and from the people when things don't go their way. Right now, we know that the Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr., he announced his retirement from the city council once his current term ends next year. And we also know that his son, Bronx Borough President Ruben Diaz Jr., who's been in politics for more than 20 years, longer than his own father, he's also going to retire from politics next year. On the other hand, you have someone like Richie Torres, also a city councilman. He was a winner of that race, that primary race for Congress. He's been in politics for a few years. He's really young, but a lot of people think that he's one of he's basically one of the people they think is the future of the Democratic Party in New York City. And that night, we also talked to him. After we couldn't talk to the Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr., we moved to where Richie Torres was watching the primary night results. So we spoke to him. We spoke to his people, his campaign aides. We want to talk to him. Where can we talk to him? We're live on television right now. We want to get his words, his statement live on television. And then after a lot of back and forth, they decided to have Richie Torres on camera with me for a quick interview live on television. That night, we didn't have all the votes. We only had a portion of the votes, and we heard about how there were many ballots that were mailed that are going to be counted after election night. We heard earlier from Jerry Goldfeather, who told us how the process of the mailing ballots is going to work out for the general election. In this case, there were also a lot of mailed-in ballots that needed to be counted after election night. So Richie Torres didn't want to say he was the winner that night because he felt that he wanted to make sure that the final vote count was on his favor. So this is what he did when we finally managed to talk to him.
Every vote is counted, but even if I win the election, it's governing that matters. It's delivering results. So I'm not prepared to declare victory until every vote is counted, but even if I win the election, it's governing that matters. It's delivering results for the everyday people of the South Bronx. It would be the honor of my life to represent this borough. It's my home. And I would not be here today were it not for my mother. And South Bronx is full of mothers like mine who have suffered and struggled and sacrificed so that her baby boy can have a better life than she did. And the opportunity to represent the essential workers of this borough, to represent the powerful mothers of this borough, it's the culmination of a dream. But we have to count every ballot.
So you see there someone who is a young politician who's really disciplined, really smart. He wants to have a long career in politics. He wants to make sure that he's disciplined, that he shows humility in front of the voters, because he needs those voters in the future to keep him in politics. So he showed grace and emotion. That video only on Twitter has more, like as you see, more than 500,000 views. That was a video that was on national television the following morning, and he became a national star because of those words, because of that short interview that night. So really smart move. If you need to train your candidate, you should do so in that way, not in the form of the ways of Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr. And now let me finish by saying that this is recommended viewing for all of us. If you want to learn more about how politics and the media and how that works, how that relationship works, I really recommend this series on Netflix. I'm sure that most of you have a membership with Netflix. It's a Borgen. It's a Danish series about a politician who becomes the prime minister of Denmark, and how she and her spin doctor deal with the press. I think it's extremely good at showing you the backstage, how that relationship between politicians and the media works. And I think that's it for now. So if you have any questions, I'll take any questions from you guys right now.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Juan Manuel. That was so informative and just really an inside look into, how to handle media as a candidate and also just as, a person in a community or a constituent. One of the questions that I have here is, what is the best way to use media to get people to vote?
I mean, that's really interesting, because you would say, okay, social media is really important for young people, and young people, for the most part, are the ones that are always extremely energized, but then come election day, they forget, or they are hangover, or they have something else to do, and they end up not going to the polls. However, you cannot ignore the fact that social media is a really effective tool right now if you want someone to do something. So that is important. For older voters, the traditional ways work, right? And older voters, for the most part, are extremely disciplined when it comes to voting, and they don't want to miss that opportunity of letting their voices heard. So organizing is really important, and creating commitments and relationships with those groups, grassroots groups that are going to help you out, that they know the community and are going to be the ones prior to election day and on election day, the ones who are going to talk to those people who are still on the fence about voting and are going to make sure that they go to the polls.
Great, thank you so much. There is a question on how do you get to send a press release, and who would you send it to?
I mean, if you're in a position of sending a press release, that means that you already have a database of contacts, and you already, if you go to any political office right now, imagine that you become a city council member tomorrow, and you're new in politics. There's going to be some infrastructure already in place. So you're going to have a database of people that you already, reporters that regularly deal with City Hall or with the City Council, and that you have to communicate with. It also helps if you're new and you're working at a political at an elected official office. It's really important that you establish relationships with the reporters, either talking to them on the phone or finding some time to have an off-the-record chat, right? Like reporters, we don't tell you about these things, but we do have off-the-record chats with candidates or elected officials all the time, because we want to create that rapport, that trust between the reporter and the elected official or the political candidate. And we want to establish some open channel of communication, and that's extremely important.
Great, thank you. There was kind of a further question onto that. Under what conditions do you send a press release to a candidate?
I mean, a candidate sends a press release, right? So if you have something to announce, right? You work for, imagine that you're working for a candidate for mayor next year, right? You're working for Scott Stringer. And so if you are going to run for mayor, right? Your candidate is running for mayor. So for the most part, New Yorkers are going to expect that aspiring mayor to have positions on important issues impacting New Yorkers. So you're going to have to write a press release on some really controversial words that the president said about New Yorkers. You're going to have to write a press release on the inability of the current mayor to open schools on time. You're going to have to write a press release on whatever audit. If you're Scott Stringer and you're right now New York City Comptroller and you're running for mayor, a press release on whatever audit as Comptroller you just finished. So those are the instances that when you're going to write a press release, when you want your message to be heard, that's what you do. And that press release is going to come also with social media, with a social media component, because the press release, for the most part, like I said before, is to send via email.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for the clarification. Someone is wondering, is it true that reporters ask the same question over and over again in a different way?
I mean, it depends. If we're not getting an answer, of course, yes. Like if we think that there's an important question to be answered by an elected official, and we are at a press conference and we have colleagues who are trying to get an answer to that question, and the elected official is not giving a clear answer, then we're going to keep asking the same question over and over in different ways to get the answer. When it comes to a one-on-one interview on television, then it's a little different, because you can ask a question. You're the only one over there with the elected official, right? Asking questions. If you don't get a straight answer to a really important question, you might try to ask 2 or 3 times. But then if you don't get a real answer by the 3rd time, you should move on, because if you already knows that the politician doesn't want to answer that question, and it's clear that that politician is hiding something. So what else are you going to do? Unless you are that BBC host that is really famous in the UK for asking the same question many times until he gets an answer. And I think there's a video on YouTube. He asked the same question more than 15 times to the interview and to the politician, and he never got an answer to that question.
Thank you so much. Another question is, how can individuals or communities, like groups of people, how can they affect reporters and like what is reported?
That's really important. That's a good question. I mean, you have a message and you need an audience, and you need someone to help you get that audience, right? You need to craft a good message, a message that is appealing and interesting. And you need to develop some sort of like elevator pitch, right? That it's a 1 minute, 90-second long. We are reporters for the most part, like most people today. We have ADD. We don't even know what day it is. Sarah, you can tell everybody how many times you have to email me sometimes to get my attention. Sometimes I forgot. You sent me an email, and 7 days later I hadn't read that email. So I'm sure when I spoke about my email inbox, you felt that you knew already that was happening. So you need to create a good narrative, a good message to get the attention of the reporters. It has to be a good story, right? Try first with people around you. Try to test that message with your mother, with your brother or sister, and see if they find that message interesting, because that's how you craft messages. and make sure you create some sort of narrative, interesting narrative about your candidate. People want to listen to good stories, and good stories have good characters. And people might say like, oh my God, but this is so fake, and this is just politics. You should be more serious about public service. Listen, yes, but you need the people's attention because you want people to listen to you. So you're going to have to be disciplined and play by the same rules. You are selling a story, and the story has to have a good plot and good characters.
Wonderful, thank you. And someone is wondering, as a candidate, where do you go to meet reporters?
I mean, I'll tell you that there's a political campaign that is happening next year, and we get contacted, reporters, by political campaigns all the time, and they want us to meet their candidate, right? Even if the campaign is more than a year away, they want to make sure that we have that one-on-one, face-to-face, off the record, not for a story, for anything. You want to open that channel of communication. So you gotta offer your candidate to the reporter. It's funny, like I get political candidates for next year. Sometimes they come all the way to my neighborhood just to sit down with me and have coffee and have a conversation off the record. And that's a really good way of establishing a relationship, right? Now we have a rapport. Now I'm going to be paying attention to what your campaign is saying or what you're saying. Even if you don't win, even if you're not a viable candidate, but you need those relationships. Because even though, like I said, social media has skipped that middle person that is a reporter, we're still the gatekeepers in some sense, because we try to curate information for our viewers or readers, and we try to decide what's important for our viewers and readers to know about and what's not that important. We're trying to save time to our viewers and readers when it comes to the political process.
Thank you so much. I had a question about how can we determine this election, what media, what news is real, is evidence-based? How can we sort of piece that out as viewers?
I mean, you have to, I'm not going to be telling you, I mean, I think everybody's smart enough to know at this stage what's real and what's not, and what's real news and what's fake news. And there's fake news, I can tell you that. Like when the president says like fake news, there's a lot of fake news out there. That is true. Maybe not those news outlets that the president is pointing at, but many others. So you gotta be really careful. And listen, if you're reading a newspaper or you're watching a television station or some video news source, and they agree with you and with your perspective of the world 100%, then that's suspect. So try to watch different news stations or read different newspapers. The worst, I have to say, the worst is YouTube in a way, because I find a lot more and more people lately telling me that, oh no, but I saw on YouTube, and they can't even trace it to a specific reputable news organization. It's just that they saw some video on YouTube and some conspiracy theory. Like those things are not, they're extremely harmful for our society and for our democracy. So be careful, try to curate your own news sources and outlets that you follow. And if that news organization has been there for years and is respected by a wide range of groups in society and people, then more often than not, they will be right. They will be tried. You will get good news or good information or accurate and verified information for the most part. But be aware of all those sites online and on social media. They're always saying the same things and they agree with your perspective of the world all the time, and they cannot their facts are not, they don't have any facts, and their opinions are not based on facts at all.
Thank you so much. Someone is wondering, could you kind of break down the elements of like press advisories and press releases? Folks are still wondering about those.
Sure. Like a press advisory, basically you have to tell reporters where the event is going to take place, at what time, who's the candidate, and if there are any requirements for reporters to attend that event and to cover that event. So those are the main things that you have to take into account. We get now daily press advisories from Mayor de Blasio for his press conferences. Most days are via WebEx, this application, so they are virtual. And we have all the requirements to join as reporters that meeting, like we are joining now this Zoom meeting, right? So everything that the reporter needs to know about the event so they can cover it, that is important to include in the media advisory. The press release is just a news article in a way, right? You're telling reporters, this happened because this elected official did this, and this is what they have to say. This is what the elected official has to say about it, and this is what the other elected officials joining that elected official in support of that thing that happened, and this is what they are saying as well. And this is who you should contact if you want to get more information about this. So those are the major things to have on a press release.
Thank you very much. I want to shift gears a little bit and I'm wondering, how have you noticed media has changed in covering elections throughout the years? What has stayed the same and what is different?
I mean, it's changed a lot, and anybody can see that, right? Our attention spans are shorter and shorter. So a political debate 10 years ago is totally different today, right? 10 years ago, a political debate on television, it would be long answers and a lot of debate and analysis and discussion, and extremely formal and extremely, how would I say, structured. Today, debates are just a bunch of sound bites, 20-second sound bites, one after the other, a lot of lights and just a lot of action just to keep the viewer interested and engaged. So that's one example. Political shows on television, maybe they're not as influential or anymore, just because people are not watching TV that much. They might be watching a clip the following morning, like I showed the Richie Torres clip. A lot of people might not see it. Well, I have to say, election night for New York 1 is a huge night. So you don't even know. I'm every election night that I work for New York 1, I'm shocked at the amount of New Yorkers watching New York 1 live, even if it's a primary, like back in June. So a lot of people saw those moments, the Diaz Senior and the Richie Torres moments live. But then you have a clip like Richie Torres's, and it blows up the following morning, Wednesday morning, on all the national shows. So you want, if you're working for a political campaign, you want your candidate to go viral for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons. But you want those messages structured in a way that they're going to play on different platforms. So they're going to be on TV, on live TV. They're also going to be on TV but not live, that they're going to be on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook. So you want to create that engagement. That wasn't like that 10 years ago or 20 years ago. It was a more traditional way of doing things. So you got to play the game. And when people when people say that they're still surprised that Donald Trump won the presidential election in 2016, you have to realize that he knows how to play this game, the media game. He's been playing the media game for the last 40 years in New York City, or even longer. So he knows how to handle the media. He knows what to say to get a headline or to get 2 minutes on television for free without having to pay because it's a commercial. So you need to beat your political opponents playing the same game. Otherwise, if you're playing a different game from 10, 20 years ago, it's over for you.
Gotcha. Yeah. You mentioned, that New York one election night is crazy. So what is New York one doing this election night? What is that going to look like?
Well, that I don't know yet. We don't have the plans as of yet. But I'm sure it'll be a really interesting night. When it comes to New York one election night, we're huge for local elections, obviously. For the presidential election, I'm sure we're going to have a great show at night. I don't know how the logistics are going to work because of the moment we're living in right now, right? But I'm sure it's going to be extremely good. And we try to listen. I know that a lot of people right now might be thinking, oh, this reporter, he doesn't care, and it's all about this 20-second sound bites. And I understand. And many of us reporters, we're still guided by doing some public service. We just want to do something that is going to be worth our time and that is going to really mean something to voters. So we are really aware of the role that we play, and we try to do our jobs the best that we can given the circumstances. So it's not that we are all frivolous and we don't care about anything, we're vain and we just want glory or ratings. No, we just want to do a public service, and we're still trying to do that. That's the number one goal that we have always had at New York One.
Thank you so much for all of this information. This is so helpful, and there's just so much to think about, so many layers to like media, just so many things to think about. So thank you so much for your time. I believe I'm out of questions. Oh, there's one question. Can you share some buzzwords or phrases a political grassroots organization should use to get the attention of the media?
I mean, I don't know if you need. Okay, let me tell you one more thing, and this would be a great ending for this. I'm also, besides all that, that I work for New York One and I do radio and television, I'm a professor at the Newmark Journalism School at CUNY, right? At the Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY. And I always tell my students, because I teach video to my students, even if this is video, the number one skill that a reporter needs to have is good writing. If you are a good writer, you're going to be a great print reporter or television reporter or radio reporter or any kind of reporter. I do think that if you are working for a political campaign, you got to be a really good writer, meaning you need to know how to write and craft a good story, a good message. It's not about just buzzwords. It's about what's the message and how can you sell that message to the public and to voters. So I wouldn't be able to tell you buzzwords because you got to be careful of using too many buzzwords or fashionable, trendy stuff, because then we're not going to take you seriously. So just make sure you're a good writer, that you know how to tell a story, and that you help your candidate to be able to tell that story in an extremely efficient and disciplined way.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I guess a final question for a lot of folks might be, what is the best way to get in contact with you if that's necessary? You have the Twitter, but if you could say that again, that would be great.
Yes, my Twitter is @JuanmaBenitez. So if you want, I think I can share it again really quickly. Right here. You have it over there, Juanma Benitez. Okay. So you can tweet at me over there. Otherwise, you can also send me an email, and let me just get up. You can send me an email at Juan, my name Juan, .Benitez, BENITEZ 1, the number 1 right after the Z, @charter.com. Charter is CHARTER.com. You can send me an email, and you can also do it via Twitter, and I'm sure that I'll make sure I look for it. I look for those emails.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Juan Manuel, for joining us today on this Saturday. Such amazing information. So really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Yeah, wonderful. So we're going to take a short break. We have the wonderful Women's Colloquium panel coming up right after this. So definitely stay tuned. We'll take another break and we'll be back right before 12.
Hi. Hi, Gloria. You're muted.
Hola, Jaime.
¿Cómo están?
Good
Hi,
morning.
everybody.
Diana, ¿cómo está?
Bien.
¿Tú sabes qué es lo bueno de? You know what is good about this, Diana?
What?
That you cannot strangle me through the video.
So is this for your own protection?
Yeah, I did it for my own protection. She's my councilwoman.
Okay.
Oh, yes! Yes! Hi!
Yeah.
I'm Donna Tillman Sappis, Local 372.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Good. I'm taking it from my car because I have another thing at 1. So I'm going to drive over there so they could grab all the stuff from my car without bothering me.
Amazing.
I know, the life that we live these days.
It's called multitasking.
I know, we were trying to do a lot of last minute census, last minute push, and before it got extended, and so we had a whole bunch of events last week, and then today is the last one of those events. So
Okay.
yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay. It's Donna, good to see you. Gloria.
Hi, same here to see everyone. Sorry, we can't meet.
Matilde Frontus. Good to see you, girl.
Sharice, hi again.
Aris.
How are you?
You know, I haven't seen you, all of you, in such a long time.
It has a long time.
So I miss you all, you know.
Same here, same here. This too shall pass. This
Yeah,
too shall pass, and we'll be together again. Yes.
Okay. Sarah, I'm going to start at 12 and then I leave it to you, okay?
Sure. We're still waiting on a couple of folks, and then
Yeah.
I'll pass it to Assemblymember Frontis. But yes, we're still waiting on a couple of people, so bear with me.
You know that this is a colloquium. You know, this is a, I mean, Matilda is going to tell you, but this is a free for all. So, but I'm concerned about Diana. She's driving.
It's good that way.
Yes, just be careful.
I'm only like a few blocks away from my destination, and then I'm parked. So
Yeah, please,
Okay.
because
Yeah.
I'm seeing you driving, and honestly, I feel like I'm in the car with you.
No, I'm at a red light. No, I'm going right to Art Park on 121st Street.
Oh, Gail,
Hi, Gail. Good to see you. Good to see you.
So,
I'm outside, so I hope I'll try to mute myself as much as possible.
Sarah's there. Sarah. Hi.
yeah, good. I'm so happy, Gail. You never fail us, you know.
No, Jaime, you never fail us, Jaime. You're the one. You're the one.
Yeah, no, but it's always great to have you. You know, it's a big hug. I don't know how we're gonna do with another borough president after the term limits. Believe me.
Don't go.
You have been the greatest borough president, I think, in history of the borough of Manhattan, and I'm not exaggerating. And you know that I don't kiss butt. I don't do that. But you know, it has been great. It has been great.
Thank you. I have another year, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And I am a Manhattanite. I agree with that.
I do too. We got
I love Gail. She knows that.
Good. So Diane is here, Gail, and
Diana's wonderful. Diana's wonderful.
Thank you. I love you, Gail.
who are we missing?
Yes,
Sarah?
on the road with Diana Ayala. You're on the road.
That's right. Literally.
Do we have everybody, Sarah? Okay, Sarah is in the telephone. Sarah is going to be the moderator. I'm going to say just a couple of words before we start about what happened before. We're going to start in a minute. We had a very great panel with Jerry Goldfelder and,
Oh my gosh.
and Juan Manuel Benitez and Steve Kramer. So let's wait until Sarah is ready. Sarah, are you ready?
We are almost ready. We are waiting for Assemblymember Reyes and then also Simoes Frontis. Or I'm sorry, Simoes.
Matilda's here.
Not Mathilde. But we can go ahead and get started, and then once they jump in, then I'll add them in.
Okay, so let me do a little recap. First, I want to tell everybody watching that the presentations by Jerry Goldfeather, Steve Kramer, and Juan Manuel Benitez, I mean, you witnesses, they were great presentations. They are teachers of the Latino Leadership Institute. And Juan Manuel, teaches once in a while, but Steve and Gail, and Jerry have been teaching with us for 10 years. And we do this every year. We do it for free. We never charge. We don't make money out of this. But something that I want to tell the students from Columbia and other universities, and also to the people from the labor movement and the community, that everything that you heard today, even when it's oriented to the creation of candidates, are tools that can be used, the same tools, the same strategies, the same tactics that we discussed are the same tools, strategies, and tactics that we use in community organizing. Mm-hmm. So if you're an activist, you can adapt many of the tools that we have been discussing throughout the day. And also it goes for the students at Columbia and other universities who are working in social work boats. We have social work boats at Columbia where we are basically reaching out to other states and other places where we are helping to get out the vote, especially in purple states, from a non-partisan perspective. Okay? It's not partisan. Colombia is not partisan. Latino Leadership Institute is not partisan. But the tools is a democratic process. In a democratic process, it's important that everybody bring people out to vote, as long as you don't tell them for whom to vote. That's the candidates' work. But that's what we're doing. Now, the tools that we learned this morning, you can use it for other things that are not necessarily electoral. You can do it for organize your community on issues of health, education, etc. And it's the same thing. For example, Juan Manuel Benitez was talking about the press, how to utilize the press. It's the same thing. The only difference that the message change when you're doing community or issue-oriented work. So don't think that because some of them concentrating on how the candidate will run a campaign, that doesn't apply to how to organize at the street level. So I just wanted to say that. And now that everybody's here, I believe I'm going to leave it to Sarah. And thank you all for being here. And I can't wait to hear you talking about this, everything that has been accomplished in the last 100 years. And even before the acquisition of women of the right to vote in the United States, that was last month, it was the Centenary. But there was a fight before, and there has been a fight after. So I leave that to you guys, and please illuminate us with your knowledge. We have elected officials here, Gail Brewer and Diane. I'm sure that they would like to start with some message at the beginning or something. So I'm going to leave that to the moderator, Sarah, okay? And we also have the Assemblywoman, she just came in. I cannot see her name. Carlina. Oh, yes, Carlina is here. Carlina, welcome. Okay, Sarah, it's all yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jaime. So yes, thank you all so much for joining today on this amazing discussion. We are going to have some great questions, and it looks like Assemblymember Frontis is having some issues, so I may be asking some questions until she heads back on. So before speaking, if you are answering the question for the first time, if you could just briefly introduce yourself for everyone watching, that would be fantastic. Mm-hmm. Okay. So one of the first questions that I do want to ask is, so this year marks the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which allowed many women's right to vote. How do you all view these changes from 1920 to now? What is better, and what have we still yet to overcome?
Sarah, who do you want to start?
Right.
Anyone can start at any time. Like Jaime said, this is kind of a free-for-all.
Well, I can start, and then my amazingly esteemed colleagues can follow. And between you and Jaime and the New York Women's Foundation and Latino leadership has been phenomenal. And this is not the first time you've done this. I want to be clear. So thank you, because it's over and over you talk about women in leadership. I would say a couple of things. Yes, it's the 100th anniversary. We kind of joked because we did put a statue in Central Park with Sojourner Truth and Katie Stanton and certainly Susan B. Anthony. And it took us 7 years to get that statue, but we got it done. And it took the women, those and many others, the suffragists, 70 years to get the vote. And then they all died before they actually saw it. And then, of course, Black women didn't really get it till 65. So the history is long. And I would say today, for instance, as an example, is September 26th, and it's the day, as I know Diana Ayala knows, that a woman named Gladys Card was killed on her wedding day in 1999, domestic violence. And every year the women in Washington Heights and men march in bridal, beautiful dresses to honor her. So domestic violence is just an example of an issue. Obviously, we always say this is the most important year to vote, but guess what? It really is. And I'm hoping that the death of Justice Ginsburg really wakens people up to the long list before the Supreme Court, because people don't really know how much that impacts us. And then, of course, and that list is so long that you could hardly fill it in 10 pages. And then, of course, you have all of the the local courts. The Supreme Court is just one, but this president has put horrible judges in every single federal court he can find. So the courts are sometimes left off the list of what people understand to be a challenge. But we know from healthcare to education to reproductive rights, and the list is endless. Oh my goodness, could we be back another 100 years? And I would say also the great news is it's a much more diverse country and city than it was many years ago. And that comes with complications as well as assets. To me, they're all assets. And I would say that we have to figure out, as women particularly, because we vote in larger numbers. The reason that Latino leadership is so important right now is it's really complicated to vote. Even in New York. I mean, like early voting, the ballot box, mail in, wait in line, health issues, seniors. Can I bring my neighbor's vote in? Can I drop it off at do I have to mail it, or can I drop it off at the actual location, et cetera, et cetera. In Florida, I think it's good that Bloomberg, former mayor, paid the fines and fees of the 32,000 individuals who have been incarcerated. So now the question is, then supposedly they can vote. Can they vote? Will they vote? There's so many issues around the country. Each state sometimes has horrific voting, and now we have to sort all that out. So the work that Latino leadership does, telling people to vote, it's not just telling people to vote, it's how to vote, don't worry, your vote will count, etc. And all of that, even getting poll workers to show up is hard. So all I'm saying is sometimes it's a partisan. I think if we all turn out, we'll do the right thing. Now, in terms of women, there's no question that if you, as Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, she was asked, what's a good number of women on the Supreme Court? And of course, she answered 9. So, that's sort of my perspective also, because so many men have had it for a long time, and it would be great to have more women. The reason to have Latinx in particular, my opinion is they're just not enough. Language is a huge issue in terms of access, and government forgets over and over and over again to put everything into languages, both culturally, linguistically, and of course in real life, so that people can understand that. And if you go now with the census, all I do is do census, as everybody else does. I've just been at 2 events already today. And the big issue often is language, because people are afraid for a whole bunch of reasons. But language is a barrier. So I'm just here to say you obviously have some amazing women on your call. You've had some good discussion about how we break these challenges, but often it's the women and Latinas in particular who are up to the job. And I'm just here to say, we have to vote, but you know what? This year it's not just voting; it's how do you do it, and that's what the Latino leadership has also always been about. And even for me, like, how am I going to vote? How is anybody going to vote? That's what I hear more about today than I hear I'm going to vote. Like, how do I vote? And that's people are afraid of the mail. They're afraid of waiting in line. They're afraid the vote won't get counted. So there's so many kind of Jerry Goldberg questions. And I know he answers them, but he can't be everywhere. So just congratulations to the Institute for every single way that you are getting the message across. And thank you. I have such respect for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. That was Madam President, Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So looks like Ms. Prentice, are you back on?
I am. Can people hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Matilda. Yes.
Can people see me?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. For some reason, I'm not seeing anyone. I don't know what's going on. I'm only seeing a bunch of black boxes, and it's the first time I've encountered this sort of technical difficulty with Zoom, but we're going to make the best of it. And I regret that I'm not able to see all of you today. So I just have a black screen in front of me. But in any event, I want to say good afternoon to everyone. And I imagine Sarah's already started this panel, but I want to welcome everyone and to say how excited I am to be here with so many familiar friends and colleagues, and to say that it's really an honor for me to moderate this particular panel because both of the co-sponsors of this event are organizations that I have long-standing relationships with. For many of you who know, I'm the new Assemblywoman for the 46th Assembly District. And well before I knew that I would ever run for this seat, I was a student at the Latino Leadership Institute when I just took the class just because, just in case if one day I ever decided to think about running. And I had absolutely no idea that I would be declaring my candidacy a year after I took that class. And I've since continued to admire and be proud of the work of the Latino Leadership Institute, especially under the leadership and direction of Jaime Estaras. And also I wanted to say that I'm a proud alumna of the Columbia University School of Social Work. I graduated there in 2015 with my PhD and continue to hold a position there in the faculty at the School of Social Work. So I want to just put that out there in terms of transparency. But welcome to everyone who's watching us today. Welcome to all of the distinguished panelists. And as Sarah probably already started saying in the beginning, today is an important event that these sponsors have put together. This is a 9 to 4 event online about electoral activism and how to get people excited about electoral politics. But this panel in particular is talking about the role of women. And I think I'm in great company today as we ponder what the 19th Amendment has meant for many of us here on this panel and our ability to even be serving in elected office. So Sarah, did we do introductions yet?
Not quite, no.
Okay. Can we start quickly?
Sure.
So why don't we go ahead and start? I'm starting to see some of you now little by little. So whatever technical issue that I've been having, I guess it's starting to fix itself. Do we have Congresswoman Clark here? I don't think I see her. She was the first panelist on the flyer.
No, not yet. I don't believe she's in.
Okay. Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer. I think I heard her speaking when I logged on. Madam President, if you're here, you can introduce yourself.
Oh, thank you very much. It's an honor. I did speak, so I will be glad to listen. But this is an incredibly important panel, and the organizations involved, I agree with you, are my absolute favorite. So we look forward to this discussion. It's an incredibly important one. Thank you.
Thank you, Manhattan Borough President. And I see my colleague in the Assembly, Karina Reyes. who's here. She could just introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Matilde. Good to see you, even though you probably can't see me.
Hi.
I'm Assemblywoman Reyes.
No.
Matilde and I were actually, we came in as a class together. We were sworn in right after our general election in 2018. And I represent the 87th Assembly District in the Bronx that covers the areas of Parkchester, Castle Hill, West Farms, and Van Nest. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Carinas. Thank you so much. And do we have Councilwoman Diana Ayala?
Yes, good morning. I'm Councilmember Diana
Good morning,
Ayala.
Councilwoman.
How are you? Thank you guys for having us this morning.
Good.
So I'm Councilmember Diana Ayala, and I represent East Harlem and the South Bronx, the 8th Councilmatic District, which makes up East Harlem, Mott Haven, Longwood, West Concourse, and Highbridge in the Bronx part of the district. Thank you. I'm really excited to be here this morning.
Welcome, Councilwoman. Next, we have Gloria Middleton, who is the president of the Communication Workers of America, Local 1180. Gloria, welcome.
Good morning, everybody, and it's my pleasure to be here with the Latino Leadership Institute. I thank you so much for this invitation. I'm the president of a labor union that covers administrative employees as well as some private sectors, which are nonprofits. Our total membership is 9,000 members, and mostly our members are people and women of color. And I'm proud to be the first African American and woman president of that local.
That's absolutely wonderful. I love hearing news like that. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. Next, we have someone who is no stranger to me. I have been in touch with them now for the last several years, and that's Sharice DeBoos from TWU, Local 100.
Hi, Matilde.
Hi.
Good morning, everybody. Sharice DeBose, TW Local 100. I was happy to take the course with Matilde at the Latino Leadership Institute, and it's just been amazing to see you grow and become an assembly member. We represent 46,000 transit workers throughout the city of New York. I bring great greetings from the president, Tony Utano, and the leadership of TWU, and also the amazing and resilient transit workers that run this city 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I am the political director at TWU Local 100, which I was not when I took the course at the Latino Leadership Institute, and I'm also a district leader now in Harlem representing the 68th Assembly District, Part D.
Did we lose her?
I think she froze.
I believe so. Well, we can continue down the list.
Yes.
I'm here, everyone.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You're muted. Matilde, you're muted. Matilde. Sarah, can you get to her?
She can probably hear us. We just can't.
Yes, I'm here. Can people see me?
No.
Yes, your picture is there, but you can talk.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm really, this has never happened before. I'm really sorry.
So what might be, I still cannot hear her. So I am going to sort of take on, we have spoken.
Sarah, take it over. Meanwhile, I make the introduction until she can get it together.
Sounds good. Yes. Next, we'll hear from Donna from DC 37. Hi, Donna.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donna Tillman, and I am from District Council 37, Local 372. Greetings from my president, Sean D. Francois, as well as the executive board. I work for the New York City Department of Education. I'm what they call a SAPIS. SAPIS stands for Substance Abuse Prevention Intervention Specialist.
Yes.
We are in grades K through 12, and what we do is we go into the classroom and have presentations on drug prevention and leadership for our students. And I am so honored to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. And also, Samalis Lopez.
Yeah, it's definitely an honor to share the stage with so many impressive women that are leading in New York. So I wanted to first say that I'm a Latino Leadership Institute alum. And I always, am really honored when Jaime, reaches out for me to be involved, because I learned so much from the Institute. And a lot of what I've learned in politics and government and community organizing, I owe to LLI. So thank you, Jaime, for your leadership. As for me, I am a community activist in the Bronx. I am a political organizer. Most recently, I ran for Congress in the 15th Congressional District of the South Bronx. And our campaign fought for universal health care, universal housing as a human right, universal child care. And we, fought against the corruptive force of big money in politics. So we raised a little over $400,000 in our race. And we didn't take a dime from real estate developers, corporate entities, and sources of oppressive funding, which is, really important, because that's the future of politics, for us to be able to break away from, real estate funding and, those corruptive forces. So that's, what I've been doing recently, and I'm looking forward to learning from everybody on the panel.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lopez. And then finally, just a brief introduction of myself. My name is Sarah Jamgach. I am a current Columbia School of Social Work student and also working with Jaime for the Latino Leadership Institute. So it sounds like there are some issues technologically, so I'm going to ask the next question, if you all don't mind. So I would love to hear from all of you, what have been your experiences in running for office or elected office or any kind of position? What has it been like, and what experiences, what difficulties have you faced in doing so?
Can I start?
Who's going to start? I can go ahead.
Yes, Karina. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first, thank you all for having me here. I'm going to answer both questions, because I know you guys sent the previous question, and I think they kind of go hand in hand. So, what the struggles that we've, from the 19th Amendment, from the ratification of the 19th Amendment to where we are now, kind of resonate, particularly for women who are running for office, right? The women's suffrage movement and the civil rights movement are inextricably linked. And when you, as a woman, decide to run for office, you realize that there are still challenges that are very similar to that the suffragists were facing when they were trying to fight for the right for the vote. And it's interesting, historically, when you read about the suffrage movement, you also read about the anti-suffrage movement that was happening, that was led by women in many instances. And those misogynistic attitudes and views haven't necessarily changed. I remember running for office as a mom, being asked, well, what are you going to do with your kids when you have to be up in Albany? That's a question that they would never ask to any man who's running for office, right? Because they, of course, would have a wife that would take care of those duties. And the fact that people cannot see us as women for everything that we are capable of doing, and how our personal lives shouldn't be an obstacle for us to be representative of our communities, is problematic, right? even as I sit down in the war room, as we call it, with my campaign staff, and we talk about election results, I have to account for the fact that there will be people, because of their misogynistic views, who will never vote for a woman, and I have to account for those numbers. And when we look at the presidential election in 2016, when we look at the comments that have been made for Vice President choosing Kamala Harris as his running mate, you hear those same sentiments that I think are problematic. And it takes more women running for office, more women who organize the community to help change that perception. And it takes more women who face those challenges, like myself, whether it be that they feel like you're too young, or you're too inexperienced, or because you're a mom, or because you don't come from a certain background, or because you don't have certain connections, that you're incapable of doing the job of being an elected official. And the reality is that representing our community means that you have to be empathetic, and also be able to understand the plights of the people that you represent. And in order for you to do that, you have to be somebody who comes from that community and has that lived experience. And I think the best elected officials are those that have those lived experiences. So that has been one of the challenges that I've struggled running for office, but even also as serving as an elected official, there are challenges where people have expectations of you that have been formed by previous elected officials that perhaps were men, and that I am not necessarily able to fulfill, because I also have all these other responsibilities as a parent, as the head of a household, where I can't be everywhere all the time, because just like my constituents, particularly now, right, there's like remote learning where there are certain blocks of my day where I have to be home with my children, and sometimes the community doesn't understand that, right, and that takes us educating the electorate on what it is that we really do as elected officials, and what expectations are realistic and unrealistic, and why because you don't see me at all these events doesn't necessarily mean that I'm not doing the work for you. And those are all challenges that I think we all have to deal with. And the fact that people vote for you because they expect that you're going to give them something. And I think that's problematic too, right? Because then the relationship that people have with the electorate process and their elected officials is an unhealthy one. And it's our responsibility to work to change that.
Hi, Gloria.
Hi, sorry, this is Councilmember Ayala. I just wanted to chime in.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? Or was somebody else ahead of me?
No, go ahead.
Oh, so I just wanted to kind of piggyback on some of what Karina's was saying, because I think that part of the biggest struggle for me as a mom, when I started working in the city council, I worked for my predecessor. My youngest son was 1 year old. He is now 15. He just had a birthday last week, and every now and then, as we're getting older, you have these like moments of clarity, and I was sitting in my car as I'm doing now and thinking that for his entire life, like, I haven't really been as present as I have wanted to, right? And my children are very much loved and taken care of, and I'm very fortunate that I have a very supportive husband and mother who lives with me and has helped me raise my children, but there is a lot of sacrifice that comes with these positions, and so we spend a lot of time helping other people's families and really ensuring that the community is positioned in a way that makes the community stronger. But it often comes at the sacrifice of your own family, right? And so I have to work twice as hard to make sure that my boys feel me, and that they that I'm a presence in my own home. So that's a challenge. But I will say, as it relates to the 19th Amendment, I remember early on, after coming into office, I was sitting in the blue room for the budget announcement, and I remember thinking, oh my God, how the hell did I get in here? Like, who let me in this room, right? Because the idea of being in a space where I was a contributing member, where where people wanted to hear from me, was so foreign to me that it's just really, it's unfortunate because even now in 2020, that's the reality for a lot of people. It's a reality for a lot of women. And so I think that we've come a long way, and that was evident by the fact that we had so many women who felt empowered to run for office this year, so many women that positioned themselves to run for president. That was a beautiful thing. But I think that there's still a lot of work to be done. I'll tell you, I was at a meeting, with colleagues not too many months ago, and I remember one of my male colleagues saying, "Well, we're going to have a meeting, and this is what we're going to do, and this is the agenda, and this is whatever, but we're going to allow the people of color to speak first." And I was taken a little bit aback, but I was raised in the hood too, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen. Like, you're not gonna assume, right, that you're gonna be, that you're gonna make the decisions, and then we're gonna sit back and just allow you to do that and to speak for us, right? So the 19th Amendment opened the door for us, but I think that there aren't enough seats at the table yet, and I think that there's still so much work that needs to be done. And I thank you for putting this panel together, because I think that this is kind of where we start to have, we continue to have these discussions to really bring awareness to the fact that women are still underrepresented, in so many ways, that we have challenges beyond comprehension, and that, I don't want, my constituents to feel badly for me, but I hope that that we're coming from a place of understanding, that this work is hard, and that we're in it because we really love what we do, and we want to do more. But in order to do more, we need to be seen, and we need to be heard, and we need our male counterparts to see us as equals in this partnership. So thank you.
Gloria Middleton, CWA 1180, and I'm just going to piggyback on what our representatives have said. And on the labor side, there's even less women in power and in position when it comes to representing members. Yet the workforce is mostly brown and black people who are doing the work in city agencies, which I represent. I sit on several labor boards, the Municipal Labor Committee, as well as the Central Labor Council, and I tell you, I am one black woman on the MLC. I see a couple of white women, but when I look around the room, it's mostly white males. And we need to have more Latina and black female voices speaking on behalf of our members, in which are the membership of the people who are leading. When we have issues that affect women, you feel like the lone voice in the room to represent women. Even though it's 100 years since we had the right to vote and become empowered. For black women, it was even less than that, because we didn't get to vote until the Civil Rights Act. So it's an ongoing problem. I just want to reiterate how important it is for the Black and Latina vote in this election. It has been proven over and over again that women make the difference in an election. And as my fellow sister said, our lives depend on this election. We need to be able to organize and talk to our neighbors, one-on-one, wherever you live. Talk to them and let them know how important this vote is. And I understand people's confusion about how do I vote. We're putting out literature telling them the 3 ways that people can vote, because to make sure that your vote is counted. All kind of games are going to be played in this election, and for the Latina and black vote to be heard in this election is so important. The history of women in the labor movement, I follow a white male who was president for 38 years. Talk about intimidation, anxiety. It took a minute for me to get up the courage and to have the understanding that I cannot be anybody else but myself. And I know a lot of women have that anxiety when they think of position of leadership. I'm proud to say in our next executive board, we just had an election. I added Latino women on that board because I wanted our board to be more inclusive so that all voices are heard. And it's a struggle. A lot of times people don't want to step up. They like to be in the background because they have children and they have other things in their lives that they have to take care of. But if we want to be heard, we have to step up. We have to be willing to be that lone voice in the room, as my other sister said, so that, you know, our positions can be heard. And I just want to add, as much as we go forwards, we go backwards. The Me Too movement is alive and well. Women are afraid to speak out about sexual harassment and other things that go on in the workplace with men. And I just want to continue to say that the struggle continues, and we as women, Black, Latina, people of color, must be in the game in order to make change. Thank you.
So, hi everyone. Hi. Happy to be back. Forgive me, please. I've been using Zoom every single day since the pandemic, and today was the first day that I encountered such difficulties. I want to thank the folks at Columbia for calling me and troubleshooting over the phone. I think that since I've been back and listening to all of you, I've really appreciated all of your comments, and I want to just piggyback on what Gloria Middleton was just saying. So I missed some of what was said before, so if I'm repeating anything that Sarah may have said, forgive me. I want to go back and then go forward. So when we talk about the 19th Amendment, two things come to mind. There are two big myths that tend to exist when the society at large thinks about the 19th Amendment. So the first myth is that people think that the 19th Amendment granted all women in America the right to vote, right? That's actually not what happened. The 19th Amendment made it unconstitutional for men to be the only ones to have access to a ballot. So there was a technical way that it was described. It didn't grant women the right to vote. It made it unconstitutional to only give rights to men. So it allowed women, in essence, to vote. But the second myth is that people think that no Black women were allowed to vote with the passing of the 19th Amendment. And that actually was not true either, because what we know from history is that the right to vote has always been dictated by state rights. So for example, when the 19th Amendment was passed, there were some states, including our great state of New York, among others, like Illinois and elsewhere, where Black women were already voting, right, with the passage of the 19th Amendment. However, all women, all Black women and women of color, as was said before me, were not allowed to vote until some 50 years after the passing of the 19th Amendment. So when you look at it on this long continuum, you have some states where women of color were voting before the 19th Amendment. You had some states which did grant Black women and women of color the right to vote after the passing of the 19th Amendment. But then you had other states which were still fighting for that right until the passing of the Voting Rights Act in 1965. So I see Congresswoman Clark coming. I just want to welcome her and say welcome. So what that means for all of us is we need to sort of have a long view of history and think about the struggles for women, like many of us on this Zoom today, women of color. We were not always thought of when movements were happening here across the United States to allow women to vote. And now that we are here, I came in when Karina was speaking, and I'm guessing that one of the questions Sarah probably posed was to talk about the challenges of being, you know, in women leadership or in elected office. I wanted to ask the panel, what particular challenges do we see that makes it a little bit more difficult for women of color? I know some of you are already touching on that, but what can all of us do, everyone on this panel, regardless of who we are and our background, to engage more women of color in electoral politics, to break down those barriers so that we can have more inclusive representation across the board? Because there's something happening across the country now. We could sit here all day and talk about it, but a shift is happening, and it's making a lot of people uncomfortable. It's making a lot of people unsettled. Americans are crying out for more equality, more inclusive representation. People want to see leaders that look like them in their communities. And so what we see some people pushing back against that, violently so, may I say, pushing back in a violent manner, saying over our dead bodies. And then you see these clashes happening in the street because the younger generation is saying, we won't rest, we won't sleep, we won't stop until we see changes. We want to see changes in the Senate, in the Congress, want to see changes in all levels of government. So I'm going to go ahead and welcome my friend and colleague, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, and let her say a few words and introduce herself. And then I just wanted to throw out this question to all of the distinguished panelists to keep the conversation flowing, just to kind of pivot a little bit and talk specifically about women of color vis-a-vis engaging women in electoral politics. Good afternoon, Congresswoman.
Good afternoon, Assemblywoman Matilde Frontes, and good afternoon to all of the women who are part of today's Leadership Institute and this very important conversation. Thank you for having me. I'd like to start by introducing myself and saying that I am Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke of the 9th Congressional District of New York, which is primarily Central and South Brooklyn. I've had the distinguished honor and privilege of representing this portion of Brooklyn for the past 13 years and 9 months in the House of Representatives, but served prior to that as a council member whose boundaries were within the confines of the 9th District for an additional 6 years, and succeeding my mother, who served in the New York City Council as the first foreign-born woman in the New York City Council to be elected to the New York City Council. And I'm the proud daughter of Jamaican immigrants. Both of my parents immigrated to the United States, so I'm second generation American. And I think that this conversation is important for women to have because our communities are so extremely diverse, but the voices of women have continued to be seen as sort of marginal to the political conversation, to the empowerment conversation that we're having in our nation. And I think that part of that has been the long legacy of male chauvinism, as well as all the other isms that we face, whether it's xenophobia, whether it's sexism, anti-womanism, whether it's racism. All of these isms have made our cohort within the civil society late to the dance, if you will. And now that we have access, now that the 19th Amendment has been ratified, we're celebrating its centennial, we have a lot of time to make up for. I will never forget when I first ran for the New York City Council, just as an anecdote, the feedback that I got from various quarters in the constituency, including the women, some women in the community, and that was about succeeding my mother. This is not, I would hear things like, why are, this is not a family endeavor, blah, 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 right? But I never heard anyone say that about the Kennedys. I never heard anyone say that about the Cuomos. I never heard anyone say that when it had to do with the fact that in many endeavors, children follow in the footsteps of their parents, whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, but for some reason, a mother-daughter succession was seen as being extremely controversial. When I was raised in a household, in an environment where leadership was manifested through my mom and her activism in our community, and the fact that she would basically, due to lack of childcare, have me at all the organizing meetings alongside her, so that I saw women in leadership capacities, whether it's at the grassroots level and then ultimately electoral politics. She was a motivating factor for many immigrants that live within this constituency to even register, first of all, to become citizens, and then to register and vote. She was a motivating factor. So when we talk about the role of women in our communities, we have always taken up leadership spaces, whether it was the head of the Block Association or the head of the PTA. But when we espouse leadership in elective office, a whole host of other issues and concerns, and again, chauvinism rears its ugly head. And I tell people all the time, and I'm going to wrap with this, we cannot embrace it. Unfortunately, when you're socialized in certain environments, you take on the characteristics of the dominant culture. And oftentimes I have found women in particular falling into the trap of chauvinistic thinking, that women cannot be in leadership positions, or it's unusual, when in fact we lead all the time. Mm-hmm. So let me encourage us, particularly in this time, being the influencers that we are in our respective spaces and places, use that influence to empower our communities, male, female, young and old, to do and use our power to change things. At the end of the day, it's not enough to be a part of a social movement when you don't convert and use that power in a political movement. And a political movement means that you understand that there is power in the vote. You understand that, as my colleague, my late colleague, the Honorable John Lewis would say, the vote is sacred. He understood the power that is unleashed when people of like mind get together and decide to exercise that right, how it changes things dramatically. Now, our adversaries understand that, and that's why they do everything they can to suppress our votes, to discourage us from voting. We must use an equal and opposite force to win this upcoming election. So thank you so much for having me. I stand ready to answer any questions and engage in the dialogue. And thank you for gathering today for this very important conversation.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. Welcome once again. And to all of the distinguished women here on the panel, I want to make sure that we continue hearing from all of you, especially since I was kicked off for some time, so I missed many of the juiciest comments. But ladies, we do have just a few more minutes. I believe this panel ends around 1 or 1:05. And we had a number of questions for today, Sarah. I'm not sure how many of them you had gotten to before I was able to come back on. But I think, again, this panel is looking at what has been happening with women vis-a-vis political activism over the last 100 years, right? And I wanted just to clarify that it's not that Black women weren't active over the last 100 years. It's not that Black women were not allowed to vote before the passing of the 19th Amendment. But now here we are in 2020, and a lot of things have changed across our country. And we find ourselves today literally at a crossroad with so many things happening, not the least of which includes a global pandemic, not the least of which includes a global movement happening right now as we sit here today, with people on the streets putting their lives on the line, saying that Black Lives Matter. We have people protesting the unjust decision regarding Breonna Taylor, and America is finding itself in the middle of another civil rights movement, which many people like to think of as something that happened many years ago, but we are having our own modern day civil rights movement, even as we sit here today. And I think that all of that plays a role in terms of what this panel is talking about today, because again, we're talking about women in leadership. We're talking about women in activism. And I think some of the questions that we can consider as we start to wrap up includes, yes, we're talking about all women, but specifically, how do we create space for women of color to be engaged in the political domain? And what can we do, those of us here today, what can our colleagues do to create that space and make sure that the new generation of women have the confidence and believe that they too can participate in politics? Karina, did I see you sort of ready to say something?
I'll say something. I think it's important for us as women and as women in a movement, whether it be labor, whether it be electoral politics, whether it be organizing, that we uplift and amplify the voices of women of color. And how we do that is different depending on the space that you're occupying, right? But it also means that you let them speak first, that you actively listen to their opinions, that you let them take the lead when it's clear that they have a vested interest or they are qualified to do it. And even when they're not, I think sometimes it's about giving people that opportunity to develop those skills, right? And I think it's also about tearing down those barriers. For me, tearing down those barriers means that I hire women, that I hire women that have childcare issues. And as an employer, I work on resolving those issues because I want to see them grow and I want to see them succeed. And in many spaces, advocate for those issues as well. As an elected official, advocate for childcare, advocate for minority and women-owned businesses, advocate for better educational systems for our children and communities of color, advocate to create more spaces for girls and young girls to be included. And that's how we use our power and use our voice.
That's such a great point. That's a wonderful point. Thank you so much, my colleague in the Assembly. Let's hear from Samalis or Charisse.
Yeah, I actually wanted to chime in as well. So I think that the 19th Amendment and voting rights, is definitely under attack. I think that, as has been expressed before, our lives depend on voting this year and getting out the vote because our lives depend on it. And I also wanted to say that women's reproductive rights is really important, but a lot of, oftentimes, women's issues are framed from a white feminist reproductive justice perspective, which, the reproductive justice piece is really important. But it goes beyond that. It goes to addressing economic issues. It goes to fighting for things like universal housing, healthcare, childcare. It, goes beyond so that we can, try to address the structural inequities that exist in American government so that we can redistribute wealth and, hold the, power elite in this country accountable so that, they could, contribute towards the 99% more in a way that hasn't happened so that we can restructure this economy in a way that, makes people healthy. And, in a way that makes women safe in terms of not only their reproductive justice choices, but the ability to get a good paying job, the ability to walk into a hospital or a clinic and not have to worry about, getting billed, for the rest of your life because you don't have healthcare, that universal healthcare that other developed countries in the world have. We should have that in this country because this is what so many of us have sacrificed for. And the civil rights movement and beyond. Like, we need those things as universal human rights. And as women, and especially as Black and brown women, we cannot afford to settle for the crumbs anymore. We need the whole shebang. We need to fight for those universal rights that other developed countries have in the world so that we can lead a life that, and the Constitution says it's the pursuit of happiness, right? Like, that's what we deserve. And things are not going to change if, we don't organize from the ground up. And my personal view in terms of leadership is that it's collective, and it's really important to hear the lived experiences of people on the ground that don't have the platform that, we all have here, and humble ourselves and highlight their stories. In terms of the case that the race that we ran in the 15th Congressional District, like, I focused it entirely on the importance of lived experiences. Like, as for me, I grew up in the shelter system, I experienced, a lot of things. Like, I saw my mom experience a lot of things. And that's why, we ended up in that system to begin with. So we need to listen to those voices on the ground, because who better than someone who's lived in the shelter system to talk about housing? Who better than someone who's experienced hunger to come up with hunger policy? So we need to look at the common person. And for me, in my humble opinion, that's what representation is. Looking at, the common person, the person who's suffering, who's going through that pain, that indignity, because the system has failed them. And how do we reach out to those people and talk to them and look to them for solutions so that we could, make things better? And I'm really proud to say, that in the race that we ran, even though we didn't win, in terms of the mail-in ballots, we actually came in second in the entire race. And that's because we educated voters. And that's something that we should also educate voters leading up to the general election, that, voting by mail is not something that's dangerous. It's going to be counted, but, we need to protect it. And we need to continue educating people. Because, if we were able to do it with minimal amounts of resources, and we really believed in the voters that we reached out to and held their hand and said, hey, I know that this is foreign to you. I know that you've never voted, by absentee. I know that you don't know what it is, but this race is critical. Your life depends on it. And it's really important for you to cast your vote. They understood. They understood that, for them to get universal health care, or the things that, they were working towards, it was really important for them to make their voice be heard. So it is possible. And I have faith in the community, and I have faith that when you, talk to people, when you listen to their concerns and put their needs first, that, things can happen. And, in terms of social movements, it's really important, as the Congresswoman said, to translate that community activism into electoral power.
Thank you so much, Samela. It's very nicely stated. And I want to make sure that we hear from Sharice, who's here.
Yeah, TW Local 100. Sometimes all it takes to engage a woman is just to extend an invitation. There's so many times that I've been to events and it's just maybe myself and a few people, other people, and women of color. So when I extend the invitation, a lot of times people are happy to join, and sometimes they don't have the information that's needed. And to be in a position where we're dealing with politics and government, when you hear about the first woman or the first Black woman to do something, or the first woman of color in 2020, it's very disheartening, because we are educated, we are capable, we know how to get the job done, we lead by example, and we have people that we have followed as great examples. And to be in a position where I am a political director at TW Local 100, you see a lot of people in government and also in unions that are in non-traditional roles. So there's no policy in place to deal with a woman that becomes pregnant while she's on her job. And there's no policy in place if a woman needs to release milk from her breast, because these roles were held by men all of these years. So to get to a position where women are in place and we start moving up and we start taking the courses like we did at the Latino Leadership Institute, that excelled us to a higher position. When I took that course, I was just taking it to try to learn how to do my job better. I wasn't thinking that I would become the political director or to have an elected position in Harlem as a district leader. Those things were not even on my mind. I just wanted to do a good job in the position that I was in. So when I see women coming forward and moving up, and we're seeing more and more women in Congress and the Assembly and Senate and City Council and our Manhattan Borough President and the New York State Attorney General, like, it's the first, but we are capable of doing these jobs. We always have been, we always will be, and we bring a different dynamic than the men that have been in position, especially the ones that are male, pale, and stale, making decisions about our reproductive rights in our bodies. That should not be happening today. So I want to just make sure that I stay engaged, I keep inviting people, I keep talking to people, and a women's place is also at the White House. Hello, Kamala.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Sharice. Really amazing as always. Ladies, we have just about 5 minutes, so I'm going to go around and have everyone just make some closing comments. I apologize, but we can only do about 30 seconds or so. We're going to have to do this again. I'm going to put Jaime and Sarah on the spot. I don't know how. I don't know when or how, but we're going to figure it out. And someday or another, we're going to keep this conversation going because the stakes are very high. To everybody watching, this is one of the most critical elections of our lifetime. And I certainly don't want to sort of scare anybody, but that's how important it is. So we're going to start with the distinguished borough president of Manhattan, Madam Gail Brewer, who's been here. I certainly heard many of your comments before when my Zoom was kicking me off. Thank you for your contribution to this panel today. Let's start with you and just kind of get some closing thoughts, 30 seconds or so, if you don't mind.
Well, thank you very much. And your description of the amendment was phenomenal because it gets lost. I would say two things. Number one is because of the Supreme Court and all the other judges that this horrible president has put in, we as women are going to have to take the lead because he is focusing on family issues. He is focusing on killing the family-related positive issues that we have fought for 100 years. So we need to focus on those because legislatively, if we lose in the courts, we're going to have to change them legislatively. So I would say, more than ever, the women have to take the lead and fight back. There will be changes. Even if we get a Democratic president, we're still going to have courts that are not going to be on our side. Congratulations to the panel, and I'm a Jaime fan.
That's right. That's right. Thank you so much, Gail Brewer. It's always nice to see you. Let's go to Gloria Middleton. We really appreciate your contributions to today's panel. Made some really great comments. And let's hear your closing thoughts in terms of the audience that's watching us today.
Hi again, everybody. Thanks again to the Latino Institute for this opportunity. I just want to keep telling women, Black women, with Hispanic women, Asian women, keep a seat at the table. Fight for what we know is right. In conjunction with the Black Lives Movement, we see that it's not just Black people in this movement, it's everyone. Everyone who has some form of humanity understands what this movement is about. We understand that we need to make change. I applaud the young people who are involved in this movement, and they are across the country. It was women who started the BLM movement. I have met some of the leaders personally. As we go into this election, as all of the panelists have said, this is a vote for your life. We cannot sit back and not vote. For those who are afraid of a woman being in power, get over it. We're here. We are the majority, actually. I believe we're 51% to 49% of men in the world. We know how to lead. We have the ability to lead. Vote like your life depended on it. Thank you.
That's right. That's right. Perfectly stated. Thank you so much, Gloria. Let's hear from Congresswoman Clark. We're making some concluding remarks at this time, and we'd love to hear your thoughts for those that are watching today.
Let me also start by thanking you, Mathilde, for moderating us, and let me thank the Institute and all of the women leadership here today. Let me acknowledge the borough president who served. I served alongside at the New York City Council, Gail Brewer of Manhattan, and all my other elected colleagues here present. I think that we are echoing one another. And if we can make this echo resounding, what's most important is that we reach out to the most disaffected in our communities and raise them up and empower them. The one equalizer in our society is, as a citizen of the United States, you have the right to cast your vote. And I think it's so very important when everything has been done to demoralize our men in our communities. I'm going to just put it where it is, whether it's because of the high incarceration rates or the onslaught of dehumanization that they face. It is important that we undergird and encourage them to use their votes and get them out of the propaganda business. Make sure that they understand it is in their interest, in the interest of our communities, our families, that they cast their vote for Biden and Harris in this upcoming election. We have got to shock this system because, again, we are up against a battle where there's no holds barred with the Trump administration. They've done everything in terms of undermining the Postal Service and planting propaganda throughout the communications ecosphere. We have to put on blinders and get our folks out to vote in record numbers so that on election day, November 3rd, there is no qualms about who has won this election. We recognize this is an election season, and that due to the pandemic, it will take longer than it typically does. But we have to make sure our folks are not demoralized in this process, and that we recognize that the victory is within our hands. We won't let anyone snatch it from us. Thank you so very much for having me. I am the only Black woman in the New York State congressional delegation. We have 2 Latinas and 1 Asian woman in the New York congressional delegation. We invite everyone here to join us so that we are in proper proportion to our relevance in society and our numbers in our communities. Thank you for having me once again.
Wonderful, Congresswoman. And you know, when she starts preaching, I have to force myself to sit down because we'd like to see some more women in that delegation, Congresswoman. So
Jackie Gordon from Long Island. We've got 3 men of color joining us in the upcoming election. All things going right, and then there's no one that really contests them for the general election. We have some new people of color, but they're men. So let's look at Jackie Gordon and see whether we can bring some balance to all of this. Thank you.
That would be great. Thank you so much. Thank you. So is Councilwoman Diana Ayala still with us, or maybe she got kicked off? I don't see her. Okay, let's go to my colleague in the Assembly, Karina Reyes. We're doing closing thoughts now. We do have to move a little quickly. Sarah will keep us posted if we have some flexibility, but we're asking for 30 to 45 seconds, just some closing thoughts for those watching us today.
Sure, I'll be really quick. Thank you, Matilde, for moderating this panel. I just want to reiterate the sentiments of my other colleagues who spoke, how important it is for people to get out to vote this election season. And even though New York is a solid blue state, we still have congressional seats that are kind of up for grabs. And for those that follow me, they would see that we had a fight with the Bronx Republican Party as they were trying to suppress the vote in our community by denying us an early voting site that we worked so hard to get. So just know that when you hear about voter suppression, this is not something that just happens in the South, it's happening in our backyard. So it's so important that people go out to vote. So thank you again, and thank you for having us.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. And it's always nice to see you, Karinas. Is the Councilwoman back? Because I don't see her. I got a message that she's here, but I don't see her. Let's go to Donna Tillman, who is here. We're doing closing remarks now.
Hi, so good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you for having me here. Donna Tillman, Local 372. As a person who works with students in the school, I would like to say that we need to start having conversations, political conversations at home, at the table with our children. Growing up in my household, my mom said there's 2 conversations we do not have in public. We don't talk about religion and we don't talk about politics because people get upset. Wrong. We need to start talking about politics, and we need to also have conversations with our daughters, our nieces, our goddaughters about politics also, because they don't see too many people representing them as females in political positions. So we need to start having conversations with our children about politics. That's it.
I love that, really, I do. We were all raised with that message, Donna, and I think you're 1,000% correct. We need to break that cycle and let our daughters and sons know that we can talk about politics so that we can start getting them in. Okay, thank you for the comments. So let's hear from Sharice. Again, I'm going to go to you for some closing remarks.
I want to thank the Latino Leadership Institute for this today and everybody on the panel and Jaime. what I would like to say is voter suppression is real, and we also have the opportunity to early vote, which is important. You know, it's important to get to the polls early. So from October 24th to November 1st, you don't have to wait till November 3rd to cast your vote. Get out there early, be proactive, invite your family and friends and neighbors, your cousin, Peaches from the corner, whoever, to come and vote with you.
I love it. I love it. I tell everyone that I speak to, what is your voting plan? Do you have a plan to vote? Don't just wait until the day shows up and you don't have a plan and you say, oh, I couldn't vote because I was at my grandmother's house. No, make a plan now so that you know how you're going to vote before the time is up. Let's hear from Samalis Lopez, and I think we're going to close with Jaime Estadas. I think, Sarah, can you double check? I see a message in the box that says that the councilwoman is not going to be able to come back, but she wanted to thank us for the opportunity. So if she's listening or if her staff is on this Zoom, we certainly want to thank the councilwoman for being with us today. And we really enjoyed hearing from her. Her comments were very thoughtful. So let's hear from Samalis at this time.
Yeah, so I wanted to say that in addition to voting, because our lives depend on it, that we should absolutely look at the census as well. And if you haven't filled it out, definitely do that, because that's going to determine the funding for our districts and our communities for the next 10 years. So please go ahead and do that. Bring your family and your friends. And I also wanted to give a couple of shout outs to folks like Rep. Carmen Hernandez and Marina Ortiz, who are always on the front lines. They're right here in the participant chat. And I've learned a lot from them over the years. And I think that that's the kind of leadership that we need to continue following on the ground. And it's all about grassroots activism and figuring out how we translate that grassroots activism into electoral power. And when you see a young woman running, support her, you know, even if you can't support her publicly, like, you know, take her to the side and be like, hey, these are the lessons that I learned. Because that's personally what I plan on doing moving forward. I think it's really important, not only to support women, but to support men as well that have very progressive, community leaning perspectives that will put the community first unapologetically, regardless of who's in the room and regardless of what power structures you think you're going to offend. So I think it's really important, as John Lewis, Congressman John Lewis said, to make good trouble. And I think that community organizing and activism and uplifting those on the ground and hearing their voices and letting their experiences guide us is what's going to lead us to freedom.
All right, ladies, I don't think I left anyone off. This has really been incredible. Again, I want to apologize for the technical difficulties earlier, but I'm so happy that I'm back. That everything worked out well. And I want to pass things over to Jaime Estadas. I think we can all agree that we are fans of Mr. Estadas at this meeting. I just want to say to Jaime, who's a friend and a colleague, that I do admire his leadership. The Latino Leadership Institute is doing some of the best work that I've seen here in New York City. And I say that as an organizer myself who has done work in my community. So it takes one to know one. And they're doing the people's work. And I'm honored to be an alumna of that program. And I can say it's because of that program that I had the wherewithal to tip my hat in the race for the New York State Assembly. So thank you, Jaime.
No, thank you. And thank you. But don't go. Please listen to this. If you see the squares, we have Yvette Clark still here. We have Gail Brewer still here. And we have Katrina Reyes still here. Listening to the end to everybody. That's a lesson to the upcoming candidates and elected officials. They are so humble and so respectful that they stay to the end even when they already finish. People pay attention to those things. And people honor that when they go to vote. Because they didn't do it because they wanted to get to be seen. If anything, they know they're not being seen, and they stay in respect because they respect everybody here. So look at them to the end, even when they already finish. Gail You impress me always with your humbleness. Miss Yvette Clark, I knew your mother when she was in the city council, and I'm glad that you are a representative. I think I saw you. I'm older than you. I think I saw you when you were little. And Katrina Reyes, it is my pleasure to meet you. Samelis is I have been trying to, for more than 10 years, pushing her to run for office. She finally did it. Mathilde, I'm so proud of you. Mathilde ran for the first time after she finished. And I told her that she was going to lose. I told her when you finish the academy, you are going to lose because no one wins the first time. And she made me look bad.
You should have listened to me, Jaime.
Yes, I do. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. We love you all, and we're gonna do this again. Okay?
Very good.
Thank you, everybody.
Everyone.
Okay, Tara, you
Don't
take
forget to vote, everyone.
Okay.
Lovely. Thank you all again so much. We are going to take a really. Oh, Gloria, did you have something? Oh, okay. We're going to take a short break in our day-long training, so we'll be back at 1:30. So again, thank you all so much.
Thank you, Sarah, for organizing. Thank you, Sarah, for putting it together.
Bye.
Testing.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me, Sarah?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Hello.
See me. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
We are just waiting for Eli, and he should be on soon. So.
Sure, great.
Yeah, I can hear you too, Mike. How are you?
Hey, Jaime, ¿cómo estás?
Well, here. Now we're almost to the end.
Okay. So, ¿cómo estás? Everybody good? The family safe?
Everybody, thank God. Thank God. How is your family?
Everybody's good. I'm bringing everybody to work back on October 5th. We're just creating the space for everybody. We're pretty safe.
Well, as long as you don't let Gerson Borrero to be the doctor.
No. What we do with Gerson is we cast him out to his house.
So, you see, this pandemic has some good side effects.
Yeah, it does.
You don't have to deal with him every day personally. You can hang up on him and that's it.
Yeah. Or I can have my IT people just shut him down.
Yeah, exactly. All those things. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
This is how we should function.
Thank you for modern technology.
Yeah.
So we're still kind of like recording, by the way, even though like we haven't started. Yeah, I just want to let you know.
There's nothing that we say we're ever ashamed of.
No, I know. Not only that, we didn't say anything that the whole world doesn't know already.
I just feel like I should probably let panelists know that. Oh, great, Eli's coming. Hi, Eli.
Hey,
Eli.
Miguel.
How you doing, brother?
Good, man. Good to see you all.
So look, this is what is going to happen. I'm going to do a small introduction, and then Mike, you're going to do building base.
Yeah, I'm going to do it first because I have to step out, and then I'll leave Eli on his own.
Okay.
By the way, they're never mind. There was somebody sneaking. You could see the person behind my mirror.
Who is that?
Do it again.
Nene?
No.
Oh, Maria.
La nena.
Hey, I saw her. Look at how beautiful.
Hi.
Good. So let's wait for Sarah.
Now, Jaime, I have a question.
Yes.
So how will any of the participants interact with us?
They can do that, but mostly what they are doing is writing the questions, and Sarah is reading them.
Oh, okay. So Sarah will let us know?
Yeah, she will let you know.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Now, do you want to be interrupted when they come, if it's relevant, or you want to wait until you finish?
My choice is they interrupt me because I'm not going to be here long.
Okay.
Right? With Eli, it's up to him, but because once I do my thing, they can, as they go along, if I see that it's going off, I know how to shut them down, so that's not a problem. Right?
Okay, Sarah. You
Sounds
ready?
good. Yep, I'm all set on my end. Thank you.
Okay, you want to start at 1:30 exactly?
I think if we're all here, we're good to go.
Are people in? Are people in tune? Okay.
Everyone's still on. So.
Okay, wake up, everybody. So we're going to start the last part of the conference so far, based on the feedback that we have been receiving from panelists and the people watching. It has been extremely positive. So we're very happy about that. And we wanted to reserve the last part of the conference to two of our Latino Leadership Institute starts, which are Mike Nieves and Eli Valentin. And they are going to be talking about the most important aspect, especially for social work, both the organization that we have at Columbia and people who are community organizers. I want to say this: what Mike and Eli are going to be talking about is about electoral organizing, but many of the tactics and strategies that they use are the same that we can use in the community for community issue-oriented campaigns. This is basically the same thing. What changed is the content of the message from a partisan to a non-partisan message. Eli Valentin is going to be talking about message. Mike is going to be talking about building the base. And you will see that everything merges together because you cannot build a base if you don't have a message that is basically clear and concise and concrete and that contrast. Those are the four C's that Eli is going to be talking about later: clear, concise, concrete, and contrasting. So anyway, I'm going to leave Mike Nieves, who's going to start talking about building a base. Welcome, Mike, and thank you for being here. It's all yours.
Thank you, Jaime, and thanks, Eli, and thanks, Sarah, for joining us and everybody else who's online. As Jaime has started to say, the building of a base for political and electoral politics is just a little bit different than community organizing or grassroots, right? So community organizing is the process where people who live in the same proximity, they come together and they act to share in some self-interest, right? And they bring the community members together, you know, to join in the fights and in the interest of the community, right? So that's community organizing. Grassroots organizing is really a little bit different than community organizing, because grassroots organizing is to do it from the bottom, from scratch, right? You have to develop new leadership, you have to develop organizations, you have to develop a base. And so for political bases, it's really, the difference really amounts to whether or not you're going to do a interest or an issue rather than a person. For our purposes, we're going to go back and forth between issues and interests and people, electoral politics. So Obama once said that organizations are more vital if you have leadership that comes from the indigenous base. And that is not necessarily what happens in electoral politics. In electoral politics, the base is a candidate, and in our days, more successful women candidates who are charismatic, who have a message, who have an interest in helping the community, and therefore, that's the type of base building, you know, we need to talk about, right? Cesar Chavez once said about the problem with community organizing and grassroots organizing is that it's not forever, right? You can't put it, as he said, in a freezer and then a couple months later on, pull it out and use it again. And that's the same thing that happens in electoral politics, right? You need to build your base around the candidate, around the issues of the campaign, and you need to have that active and moving and developing as the campaign gets closer and closer to election day. So what you need to do when you start out building a base is to identify what your base is. Right? What is your base? What do you need from that base in order for you to be able to establish this base so that you can have a winning campaign, right? One of the things we do when we build a base, we need to do a self-analysis of the candidate. The candidate has to see what's available to her as a candidate. You know, what does she already have? I'm a member of a church. I belong to a union. I belong to a sorority. I belong to a civic organization. Where does it start? Or I'm part of a group that we want better housing, or I'm part of a group that we want better education, or I'm an advocate for senior citizens. So that's the first thing you need to do. And then once you develop that understanding and you know what your goal is in terms of who you are and who your base is, then you need to go out there and do this self-analysis of where these people are at, right? Do they live in the projects of the housing developments they do? Are they seniors who are living in senior housing that have a problem? Are they a community that's in distress for any other reason? Are they people who are single homeowners and the taxes are crazy? Once you identify that and you do that self-analysis, it becomes easier for you to bring them together, right? What do I mean by that? When you build a base, everybody who comes to you is going to have an interest. Everybody's going to it's going to have a reason for them to be there. And it's really not to elect that candidate. It's to elect that candidate for the purposes of using her when she's elected to gain their goal. So I want to have better housing, so I'm going to elect a city councilwoman who knows housing, who's been a housing advocate, and I'm going to fight for her because she's going to give me what I need, which is better housing. Not because she's the best looking, or she's the smartest, or she has the best charisma, and that all plays. That's all part of it, right? The person's resume is part of it. Whether or not they look the part is part of it. I know people say that is what things of the past, but it really not. It really does still play a role. How you carry yourself, whether or not you're charismatic, whether or not you know how to deliver the message, all that plays a role, and that all attracts people to you, which you then use to do the base. In developing the base and doing this analysis, you need to create buckets. You need to put people in these buckets. You need to know who the people who are working with you are and what their abilities are. Because the last thing you want to do is you want to put somebody who knows nothing about finance to be your treasurer. Or you want to put somebody who knows nothing about the press to be your press secretary. Are there instances where you can take these individuals and develop into that? Yes. But in order to create a solid base to have a winning campaign, you need to do this analysis early on, and you need to put the people in the right bucket. So if people can be helpful with raising money, they should be in one bucket. If people can be helped with policy, they should be in one bucket. If people can be helped on the ground because they have access to a lot of people into housing developments, they should be in one bucket. If there's someone who handles the press or someone who knows unions, they should all be in the appropriate bucket, so that when you start developing your campaign, the first thing you do is start bringing these people out of their buckets and putting in their respective roles so that you can fill up all the different positions that we have when you're doing a campaign. The other thing that's important when you develop a base is that you respect the people that you're asking to be part of your movement. That's very important. I see that a really big problem in a lot of campaigns that I've done. You know, a mom of 3 kids comes to you and says, I'm going to give you an hour and a half. They come into the campaign headquarters. The campaign headquarters is in disarray. She sits there for 40 minutes. Then they give her an assignment, and then they expect her to go out for an hour and a half. That can't work. You're going to deplete your volunteers very quickly because people are not going to come back. So the campaign has to be ready for when people come in, that they feel respected, that they feel part of this, and that they're ready to go. So if I'm coming to give you an hour, I come in, I get my stuff, you give me a direction to where I go, and I execute what you need me to do. I feel that I've contributed, I feel that I'm part of this, I feel that I'm respected. That's very important. The other thing is to talk to them. Don't say, hey, Eli, you live in Manhattan. Can you please go to Far Rockaway, which is going to take Eli an hour and a half to get there, to go do campaigning and knocking on doors, because we're trying to elect the mayor of the city of New York. It makes more sense to have this discussion with the people that you're bringing in to be part of the base, so that you know where you can do it. So, well, Chad lives in the Far Rockaways. We're going to ask Chad to do the Far Rockaway. Eli's from East Harlem. We're going to have East Harlem. Eli do East Harlem, right? This way, the people feel, again, respected. That's very important. A lot of times in campaigns, we get caught up on the candidate and we forget about our volunteers. Another thing when you're building a base that's extremely important is the campaign should have a volunteer coordinator, someone who plays two functions. They find the volunteers, they bring them in, they give them the orientation, and they keep the follow-up. Oh, Mike, how you doing? I need you to come on Sunday. Oh, I can't do Sunday, but I can do Monday. So, okay, we can count on you on Monday. Someone needs to do that in your operation, because when the base comes to you, they need to know that you're respecting the time that they can give you and when they can give. The other thing in building a base is a lot of times you get people who come in who have their own interest. And we're not against that, right? Because everybody, wants the politician or the elected to do whatever they have. But you need to look at them and you need to understand what that means. So what do I mean by that? So you get a pastor from a church, and the pastor comes in, and the pastor has his own needs, and he has his own base of people that you want to bring them in to be part of this. So the discussion that you need to have before you have the discussion with the whole community of his church is with the pastor. So you say, Pastor, what is it that your church needs? What is it that you need? What is it that the campaign can do for you? What are the expectations the campaign should have in bringing you in? Same thing you do when you go to housing development and you go to the tenant association. What are the tenant association leaders need? What are the tenants need? You have that conversation so that they all can come together when you're creating your plan and your strategy for the campaign. Everybody believes that their issue and their want and their participation is more important than anybody else's. So when you have a good volunteer coordinator, they can help filter all this out. They can help position the people correctly so that you can maintain a base, right? Because a lot of times what happens is you'll start a campaign, and at the beginning of the campaign, you'll have 20 or 30 really strong people. When you get to the end of the campaign, those same 20 or 30 may not be around. They could be tired because you overworked them. They could be annoyed because they didn't get what they expected they should have gotten. They could be, they move, because that happens in our community a lot. And so we need to be able to have a constant conversation with the people that we're bringing in this space so that they feel part of it. They have an ownership on the campaign. They feel they own the candidate. By the way, everybody who's part of your base is going to want time with your candidate. Everybody wants to talk to the candidate because everybody's a political strategist. Everybody has an idea. They were taxi drivers all their lives. Now they're going to come and tell you how you're going to do municipal bonds because they know. They have a friend who talked to them, and that friend told them, this is how you should do municipal bonds, right? That happens all the time. So the base has to feel a ownership of the candidate, but it becomes the duty of the campaign and the duty of the volunteer coordinators to manage that expectation. Yes, you can have time with the future councilman, Mike Nieves, but it's going to be at this time. And he really only has 5 minutes to talk to you because he has to go and give a speech at some school or at some other community organization, right? So that managing of that expectation, that managing of the candidate and the people's face time together becomes very important. Otherwise, they get disillusioned. They say, oh, what are we doing here? Oh, I can't even talk to him. He hasn't been elected yet, and he's already disappeared. Well, the truth of the matter is the base has to be the first one to understand that in order for him to get elected or for her to get elected, they have to be out there. And if they're spending all their time talking to the 20 people that they know who are already in their choir, they're not going to be able to get elected, right? So that time, that face time that people need, and people need it because they need to buy into the candidate and they need to buy into the message of the campaign. That has to be managed, right? And that becomes very important. I see a lot of campaigns struggle with that. So that's important. The other thing out of your base is to try to identify professionals or people who have experiences that you can use because they create a savings on your budget. What do I mean by that? So Mike Nieves has a brother who's an accountant. So my accounting brother should be my treasurer. Mike Nieves has a cousin who's a bank president. My bank president cousin should be the chairman of my finance committee. Mike Nieves has a brother who works as a carpenter. So he's the one who should be the maintenance guy who keeps the club clean and keeps it looking nice and freshly painted. Right? All those things come when you do your analysis, when you do your buckets, when you place people into the buckets, that then you know how to retrieve that. Then they don't cost you anything. Remember, everything you do in building a base and in building a campaign has a financial impact. Some people are going to be able to come to you and volunteer. They want to be part of your base, but they may not have the car fare to come to you. They may not have money for lunch. Maybe the campaign needs to put a babysitting service inside the campaign so that people can come and bring their kids, and then we pay someone who can take care of their kids while they're out knocking on doors. All of these aspects have a direct financial impact on your campaign. So when you're beginning to build your base and to build your campaign, you take into account all these needs and all these direct impacts into your budget. If not, later on it falls apart. So Doña Juana wants to come and help you, but you need to send her a cab to bring her to you, and she has 350 members of her church that she can call to you, but you don't have the resources to get her into a cab and bring her to the campaign, because no one thought they would ever have to bring Doña Juana from her house to the campaign. So now Doña Juana does what? She goes back home and she calls her 300 friends from her church, and she badmouths the campaign and the candidate to telling them, oh, those people don't know what to do. I left the campaign. They couldn't even give me $3 for a cab, right? That's the reality. And that is what starts creating the dissension and the breakdown within your building of a base. You start working against yourself because no one did the right analysis at the beginning. So we're going to run this campaign. We're going to have money for food. We're going to have money for transportation. We're going to have money for all the same things on election day, as well as during the whole campaign. Because when you're building this up, you're going to treat your workers and your volunteers on election day different than you treat your workers and your volunteers during the 3 or 4 or 5 months where your campaign is. And during those times, you need to have the financial resources so you can maintain them at the level that you need to maintain them, so that they keep coming back, so that they're not leaving, so that the people that you bring on early on are the same people who are standing there applauding you and hugging you the night of the victory. They're happy that their candidate won. And by the way, if you build this base correctly, when you start out for re-election, you'll only have a portion of these people. Because if you don't maintain them during your 4-year term, it's going to be difficult. And quite honest, the truth is that's very hard to maintain them. It's not hard to maintain a core pocket of that. So if your base is 50 people and you can go from one election cycle to the next with 20 of them, you're doing good. And if you get this, let me say this very clearly, if you get 20 women, you're good as gold. Because I don't care where I've been, Chicago, Connecticut, Philly, Kissimmee, Orlando, Tampa, any of those places. The campaign who had the women who were the core and the base were the campaigns who usually won because they do the work. Unfortunately, I have to say, they also are the ones who tend to do the work to get men elected. But the men don't do a damn thing to get men elected. So now I'm glad to say that things are changing, right? We see the move of a lot more women getting elected because the base is more woman-oriented, and the women understand now the need for them to put their efforts into getting women elected. They're electing some men, and that's good. But at this time, the building of the base and the people in the base are people who are women generally concerned about the issues, right? And the issues are not different, right? So if you're in another state and you're listening to us, it's the same thing, right? People care about the exact same thing, right? And the people in your base are really the exact same way, right? I go around the country and in different places. The first thing everybody tells me is, "No, you don't understand. You're from New York. Politics here is different." Really? No, politics is not different. The players are different. Their names are different. But a corrupt politician in New York is the same as a corrupt politician in Cook County. A good politician in New York is the same as a good politician in Hartford, Connecticut, right? That doesn't change. It just may be Mimi Gonzalez in Hartford and maybe Chuy Garcia in Chicago and maybe Nelson Dennis in East Harlem in New York, right? So the names change, but the basics of who the candidates are and what politics are and the building of the base, that stays the same. It's just the nuances of the neighborhoods that you're in, the people that you are, who the candidate's audience is, right? If you're running in a middle class neighborhood, it's going to be easier for you because maybe you don't need to get Doña Juana a cab because Doña Juana has her own car, right? But if you're in the old South Bronx, because everything is gentrifying, then you need to spend money on moving Doña Juana, right? But the fact that you have to do this analysis early on and determine what the needs are for the campaign in order to keep the base on your side, happy and spiritedly working on behalf of the candidate and the campaign. So does anybody have any questions right now?
So far, we do not have any questions. There was one in the chat, but it looks like Eli got it. So far we're good.
Okay, good. I don't know how to do that chat stuff. I'm computer stupid, I'm being told, right? So the other part when you're building a base is the institutional part of base building, right? The unions, the political clubs, the associations, the bar association if you're running for a judge, or any other type of professional organization. And how do you bring them and how do you incorporate them into the campaign? How do you bring them to be part of your base, right? Most of these other types of organizations that you're going to bring in are done through a process that they have, right? So the unions do an interview, the associations come in and do an interview, they give you questionnaires, you fill them out, and then they say, okay, we're going to work with your campaign, and then you bring them out. But then is when you have to merge the two bases, right? This professional association type of base and the indigenous base of your campaign and your community, right? And you have to be very careful there that you don't create a two-class or two-tier system, right? Everybody has to be treated equally. So I'll use an example. In 1997, when I ran the Virginia field campaign, Charlie Rangel, Dennis Rivera, David Patterson, and Bill Lynch were all standing in the corner. Oh, and Hazel Dukes. They were all standing in the corner, and they're all talking. And I walked over to them, and I gave each one of them a package of palm cards. And I said to them, guys, if you're standing here talking, Virginia's not winning. Just because you're the congressman or that you're the county leader or that you're the head of the union, it doesn't matter. You need to be out in the street just like everybody else. In my campaigns on election day, no one hangs out in the campaign headquarters, so you need to go out. And Virginia's sister said to me, oh, but I'm from North Carolina. I said, do you know where Virginia lives? She said, of course I know where Virginia lives. I said, so your job today is to get the voters out on her block. All you have to do is walk up and down the street and make sure that her neighbors come out to vote. So everybody has to. The point was that the indigenous campaign workers, the ones who were with us, were excited that we put Charlie Rangel on a street corner. that we took Denny Fowle and assigned him to a building, that we put Dennis Rivera to give out literature at the end at a subway station. Because what do? They feel equal. They feel that everybody's on the same level and everybody's working together. Campaigns have a tendency of doing that. They create a two-tier system. Oh, the elected is coming, so we have to treat them a little differently. And I have to say this, I learned that part from Assemblyman Jose Rivera, who insists on doing what the regular campaign worker is doing. Put me on a sound truck, I'll go out and make noise. Put me at the front of a subway station, I'll hand out flyers, right? That's important, right? And that's where I learned that from. And the reason why I say that is because, Eli, how long has he been elected? 35, 34 years, something like that?
Yeah, just about.
So just about, right? So that shows the difference than the elected who comes on and said, no, I'm the councilman. I can't stand on the street corner. Well, I'm asking Chad, who lives in the Far Rockaway, to go stand on the street corner in Far Rockaway. Why can't you stand on the street corner on Manhattan, right? So that gives your people a sense that you count on them, right? The other thing is, when you're building the base, a lot of times we forget to do this, right? We're out there looking for money. And so we say, I'm running in Bushwick, and the people from my church, they don't really have money. Well, guess what? They do have money. They don't have the $1,500, but they have the $10. They have $20. They, a lot of times, feel neglected when you don't even bother to ask them. They feel better that you ask them and they give you their little $10 than it is for you to ask them to give them $1,500 or to ignore them because you don't think they have the $1,500. And by the way, campaign finance in the city of New York realizes that. That's why the minimum contribution in campaign finance is $10. So, and they require you to have a different number, depending on what position you run, of people from your district that you're running in. So in the city council, it's 75. So you have to go out and get 75 people who can give you at least $10. And that you start by giving them buy-in. People buy into things when they invest in it, even if they invest $10, right? So it's important not to fail to identify what the base can do for you, because you don't see what the talents and what the base can do for you, right? And so you get a lot of these young people today who are in your bucket of computer whizzes. Today, data is available anywhere. These computer whiz kids, they can do walk lists for your volunteers ahead of time. They can do inputting. They can do these automatic phone calls. They can do scanning in when you come back with your walk list. They can create this stuff. And again, it helps by tapping them. Why? Because then you don't spend the money on it. Look at what the Social Democrats are doing in building their bases. They're not asking people for $500. They're asking people for a $10 donation, a $5 donation. They're asking people to use their own time. Obama's campaign did that a lot, right? Use your weekends are for free. Call using your phone, your free phone. And again, that has a direct impact on your budget, because whatever you get for free, you don't have to pay, right? Now, sometimes for the issue of so someone didn't say, Mike never said it. If you get things for free, depending on the level, they have to be registered as an in-kind contribution and a donation. So I don't want anybody to say, no, I heard him on Zoom once say, you can do things for free. So the free is limited. But if you get enough of your campaign people doing things, it has a really direct impact on your budget, and it helps you with that development of your campaign, because now you have money to send to Eli so he can do the messaging, and you can pay him to do literature. And so if there are no other questions, since I have to move on, I will segue right into Eli. You saw how I did that, Eli?
I did see that. Excellent. So Mike, I know you have to step out quickly, but there are two questions I was gonna tackle, but since you're still here, so one question is from Haley Rivera, who asks, how do you, as a candidate, stand out versus others?
Okay, so for the purposes of this discussion, and because it's who I am, everybody should know that Haley Rivera has talked to me about running for campaigns prior to this event. So just want to put that out there, right? The distinguishing factor of how you distinguish yourself from the other campaign is, first of all, running a better campaign, right? And having a clearer, concise, and consistent message, right? That's the most important thing. People will argue that the most important thing is to have money, right? And so when you have money, you can do that. Today, you need to have money, but that's not the sole thing that will help you distinguish yourself. What will help you distinguish yourself is that people have an understanding that what you're doing is consistent with the message that you've put out there, and it's the same message that they join you on, that you're not flip-flopping, that you're not going with the wind, that you're not changing I believe that when we develop a strategy for a candidate, very little of that strategy is changed during the course of a campaign. We try to stick to the strategy as much as we can so that we are not flip-flopping and not sending the wrong message. So you distinguish yourself by staying on message, being concise, being clear, and that'll help you shine over your opponent. The other question?
Yes, there's one more from Cecilia Cortez. How do you find support of elected officials if you are running for office?
Well, that's a good question, and it has to be addressed in two parts. If there's an incumbent in your race and you're challenging an incumbent, that really becomes hard, right? Because incumbents, members of the same chambers, they have this unwritten rule that since they're in the same chambers, they cross-endorse each other. They don't really step out. It's very unusual when they do. Has it happened? Yes, it's happened. So the difference is whether there's an incumbent or there isn't an incumbent. If there isn't an incumbent, then your opportunity is, and how do you do that? You look at the different caucuses which are in the institution and in the body, and you look at the different members that are in the institution and in the body that are aligned with your philosophy, what are aligned with your message, right? So if you're anti-corruption, and there are 20 other council members who are anti-corruption, then you want to reach out to them and you want to say, look, I'm anti-corruption. My opponent, who was the assemblyman for 30 years, and now he wants to just come home closer to the city of New York because he's tired of driving up to Albany, is part of the establishment and part of the corrupt Albany scene, right? So that's how you approach that. But the most important part is whether or not there's an incumbent or not. If there's an incumbent, it's usually harder for you to get the endorsement of colleagues because they don't like to go against each other. If there's an open seat, by the way, the city council is going to have 35 open seats. That's more than the majority. So you're going to be able to go to the ones that are still in office or running for a second term to come and support you. Also remember one thing. Electeds who are in office are very careful on who they endorse, when they endorse, and how they endorse. The Congressman Serrano, who's now retiring, his big thing was, you can use my name, you can put me on the literature, I don't walk the street with you, I don't have me do a robocall, I don't do that. That's what he does, right? Jose Rivera will walk with you, right? Other people won't, right? So you need to figure out what they're doing. And they're a brand already, so they need to protect their brand, right? McDonald's is not going to change its brand because they want to bring in Mike Nieves, right? So these electeds have a brand, right? They're known a certain way, which you may not be. They may see a potential in you. That the other thing is there's a risk factor. They say, okay, if I go with Mike, but he has less of a chance, although he's philosophically more in tune with me than Eli, then Eli becomes my colleague who's now angry at me because I went with Mike, right? So all those things have to be taken into account when you go out and ask for an endorsement. Let me just say this. I'm not a fan of endorsements. I don't think you need to win with an endorsement, but you need to ask for the endorsement. You need to ask the electeds in the district that you're running for their endorsement, even if it's just an opportunity for you to have an exchange with them and that you're talking to them. That's very important, because when you don't, and you go to them and you won, and you need their vote, they can say, why? You never even came to me. You never even talked to me. You never even sent me a little message, right? So although I'm not a fan of endorsements, and nor do I think you need them to win, I would be, derelict in my duties as a consultant, tell you not to do it. So I would suggest strongly that if you're going to run, that you reach out to all the electeds in that district. Okay?
I think we're good.
Okay, man. Thanks, Eli. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jaime. Thank you, Sarah. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
So much.
So great. Sarah, am I just continuing right along?
Yeah, definitely. That works out.
Wonderful. Jeanette Garcia asked a question. I'm going to get to it right now. But let me just introduce myself. My name is Eli Valentin. I've been fortunate to be one of the instructors at the Latino Leadership Institute for, I've lost count how many years now. I had more hair and more black hair, and I think I was 10 pounds lighter. So that's how long it's been. It's always a pleasure. Thank you, Jaime, for taking of your time to make LLI what it is. And thank you all who participate year in and year out. I salute you. I commend you. Keep it going. It is important, especially during our times, that people are informed and that people get involved in the political and civic process. So my presentation today is on campaign messaging. Jaime says something important early on. Some of you may not be interested in electoral politics, and that's totally fine. Most people that are here are, but even if you're not, you can apply these principles in any arena, whether it's the nonprofit, whether it is whatever it is. I mean, I'm a church guy, so I apply some of these principles in my own church as well. So hopefully you can see it that way. Before I begin, let me see. Jeanette Garcia asked, how as a Latino voting force can we achieve to have important representation statewide? I'm assuming you may mean electoral representation. So let me get to the early part, the first part of that question. In order for Latinos to be a voting force, they need to vote. That is the most important part. Latinos are a growing force. Latinos are growing in numbers, not just demographically in general, but they are growing in voter registration. The problem is that when it comes to voting, they don't vote much, and that's the problem. So we must begin there. Just a little bit of my take on that. Cecilia asked before, do you need a lot of money to run a campaign? The easy answer is, I always say, you don't need to outraise your opponent. All you need to do is raise enough money to get your message out. to get your people out. So again, you don't need more, you need enough. So just something to keep in mind. I'm going to try to share my screen, and I may need Sarah to allow me to share my screen, but I do want to, let me see if I can do this. I want to share, thank you, Sarah. I think that should do it. And you should be able to see my screen now. So, all right. I also see, I'm sorry, I paused. I also see a question on the Q&A, and I will get to that shortly. So let me just get through my presentation here, and I'll promise to get through that. Let me see if I can get away from this. My apologies. I'm trying to get out of, let me see if I'm going to come back. My apologies for this little mishap. All right. This should do it. All right. So why a campaign message? Why must you have that? And again, it doesn't, let me just say this. It doesn't matter what you're running for, or the issue, or the issue campaign that you are involved in. You need a campaign message. Why? Because the campaign message has the rationale for the campaign. And no campaign can be undertaken unless it has a rationale. It must have a message that puts forth the reason for such campaign. So in other words, ask yourself, why am I doing this, right? What is the rationale? And that rationale should be not just the purpose, but it should be the reason why you do everything else. Hopefully there is a purpose, right? And a good purpose. That rationale must be put forward. Now, the second bullet here is critical, because two fundamental questions must form the basis of this rationale. Why you, and why now? So I'm going to get to that right after this slide, because it is so important. I cannot emphasize this, or I cannot overemphasize this. Those two questions have to be the basis for the rationale and for the reason why you're undertaking that task. The campaign narrative and the message must start with the candidate or the cause, her or its values, the experiences, and the rationale for running for office or achieving your cause's goals. Again, I'm going to say more about this shortly, but allow me to, let me just, I just messed up here my my screen, but this is the part here, the why you, why now. The why now question is strategic in nature. So when embarking on a campaign or a cause, the timing must be right. I'm going to say this. I always say this every year. In real estate, the mantra is location, location, location. In politics, the mantra should be timing, timing, timing. So when you embark on a campaign or a cause, the timing must be right. There are external factors that must be considered, and there are internal ones as well. Let me get to the internal factors. Every time I sit down with a candidate, my first question to them is your spouse supporting you? Because if you don't have the support of those in your home, of your family, don't do it. Don't do it. Let me get one thing clear. Your family comes first. Your home comes first. And if anything gets in the way of that, you shouldn't do it. You should have the support of those that are close to you, those that are around you. And those are the first people that you need to win over. So I always ask candidates, where does your significant other, where are they on this? Whether, if there's no significant other, well, where's your family on this, right? Your closest friends, what do they say? Those are internal factors that should play a part in why now, the why now question, the timing question. But there are also external factors that must be considered. So for instance, if you are running for office, you may ask yourself, is this office or the position I'm running for, is it an open seat? In other words, is there an incumbent in the race? Because if there is an incumbent in the race, there will be different dynamics, and your approach to the campaign may be slightly different. You will have to ask yourself, am I running in an off-year election? So those that may not know the terminology, an off-year election is an election that takes place in a non-presidential year. Right now, we're in the midst of, we're closing in on this presidential election. This is an on-year election. So if you're on the ballot in November, then your race must consider the fact that turnout will likely be very, very high. That plays a role in the timing of your race. Another question, is your race a low ballot race? What are you running for? Are you running for city council? Are you running for state assembly, for state senate? Are you running for citywide office? Or are you running for district leader or state committee? These are party positions that are lower on the ballot. Why is this important? Because, again, these dynamics will shape what you do and how you do it. Do I have support from my community, right? Will I be able to raise the money? These are all timing issues that are very important. Look what I say here. Plenty of qualified and well-intentioned leaders have run for office or a cause at the wrong time. So look at this. You could be the right candidate, the perfect candidate, but if you're running at the wrong time, you may not win. And unfortunately, I've been involved in too many campaigns in which I've had great candidates run. They deserve to win, and we just couldn't get them over the top for whatever reason. And those elections hurt, but they just ran at the wrong time, right? I have one recollection of someone that I helped in 2013 who ran in a special election. He lost in the special election. And I really believe that if he would have launched his campaign in a primary with the same candidates involved, he would have won the race. So again, timing issues are very important. They're strategic in nature, but you must ask yourself whether now is the right time. Now let me get to the first part of that question, which is why you, right? So if you're the candidate, why you? What do you have to offer, right? And what do you have to offer that the other candidates do not offer? That has to be a distinguishing factor for you first. And I tell folks, why you're running. Are you running for the right reasons, right? Are you running because your community really needs you? Are you running because the others that are running really can offer something that you can, right? So you must ask yourself why you. And if this is not a political thing, and you're involved in an issue campaign, you got to ask yourself, well, why is this issue important to me and to the community I serve, right? And I always tell folks, the reasons have to be right, The reasons why you do it have to be right. The reasons why you get involved have to be right. And always consider the timing issue, the why now, right? I'm going to say this. Sometimes it's better to wait your turn so that you don't lose capital. Now, sometimes it's good to throw yourself in there with the purposes of winning later on. And that has been the strategy that we have done for several candidates, where we figured there may not be a path, but the path is not for now, it is for 2 years or 4 years down the line, right? So there are a lot of things that are at play that need to be considered, but again, you must answer those two questions right off the bat. Why you? And the timing question, why now? Let me get to the campaign theme, narrative, and message. But actually, before I do that, I do see that there are some questions, I think. Let me see. There are many issues in the community. Do you have to pick an issue? Education, housing, homelessness. So Cecilia, yes, there are many issues in the community. Do you have to pick an issue? I always tell candidates there should be 3 to 4 issues, not more than that. There's so many issues that we have to tackle, right? Affordable housing. If you're in New York City, by the way, not just New York City. No matter where you are, cost of living is critical for our families, right? But affordable housing, that's an issue that people deal with. You mentioned education, right? Equitable or the fair distribution of funds for public schools, right? For our children. That's an issue. You mentioned homelessness. Yes, homelessness may be an issue. Healthcare may be an issue, right? Et cetera, et cetera. You cannot solve all the issues, and it should not be the purpose for your campaign. Own in on 3 to 4 issues and drive it home. That's what I always recommend. But there may be one issue that you really, really are going to dominate and define yourself on that one issue. I don't know what that is. It all depends on where you are and what are the issues that is really driving the concerns of your community. I will say a little bit more about this shortly. So just getting to the campaign theme. By the way, I'll tell folks, if you have a question, please put it down in the chat box or in the Q&A box. I'm going to make sure to stop and answer your questions. And hopefully it can be as interactive as possible under the conditions. The campaign theme, what's the theme? The theme is the overarching rationale for the campaign, right? Think about the theme as the bigger picture in your campaign. What is your campaign ultimately about? Is it change or is it continuity? And I always like to define campaigns by those two things for the most part. Are we in a change election cycle? Are we in a continuity? It all depends on the candidate and it all depends on the climate. When I think about 2020 and I think about the presidential race, and you think about the two main candidates, I should say, the Democrats and the Republican. For the Democrat, it's an easy one. It's a change election. And the goal for Joe Biden is to convince the U.S. American electorate that this indeed is a change election year. Now, the goal for Trump is continuity. And that is usually the theme for any incumbent, right? The incumbent must always give a reason for why voters should re-elect them for office. So again, the overarching rationale usually is one of those two things. Is it a change election? Is it continuity? So I'll show you this now, right? Campaigns essentially boil down to these two themes. Think of Reagan 1980. I was only 2 years old. So I speak from a a historical perspective that I did not live through as an adult, but I read, right? And in 80, you may remember those that were old enough to vote and remember this historical moment. You'll remember that Reagan asked, "Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?" He ran against Jimmy Carter. The American electorate, the majority of them said, "Well, we're not better off. Let's elect a new president," and they did. In 84, Reagan had a different message. Why? Because he was the incumbent. What was his theme, his slogan, his rationale? It's morning in America. Look, things have gotten better. Let's keep it going, right? Clinton, 92. I remember this. I couldn't vote yet. I voted for the first time in 1996. But I do remember the campaign. I remember James Carville. And he said, you know, this election's about change or versus more of the same. Clinton went on to defeat the incumbent, George H.W. Bush. In 96, Clinton was the incumbent. So it was a message of continuity. What was his message? Look, we're going into the 21st century. Let's build a bridge to the 21st century so we make a better place. So we leave this place a better place going into a new millennium. And Obama 08, change we can't believe in. After 8 years of George W. Bush's presidency, it was about change, right? And voters voted for change. Obama 12, forward, right? Look, we started the change process. Let's keep going. Let's keep moving forward. That's continuity. Trump 16, make America great again. Change. Now he's doing continuity. Let's keep America great. And that's the new theme for the Trump re-election campaign. Once again, the theme contains the rationale for the campaign. Let's get to the, I'm going to share this slide with Sarah. We'll get it to all of you. I'm going to rush a little bit through just so that we have enough time for questions and we can, and I can respond to them. But the campaign narrative you must have, in addition to the theme, which has the rationale, you got to have the narrative, which offers a complete and clear rationale for the campaign. It must link the candidate's personal story to the hopes and concerns of voters. The narrative is usually a 4 to 5, 7 paragraph statement that serves to provide the message map for the campaign. This is not necessarily for the voters. This is for you internally. This is going to help you own in on the narrative that's going to drive your campaign. Make it complete and clear, right? This has to connect your story with the concerns of the people. Let me just say this. I'm going to get to it soon, actually. So the message, so remember, there's theme, narrative, and message. The message is more specific. It's a more detailed statement about the candidate or the cause that you're championing. It must be persuasive, and it must fit within the broader narrative of the campaign. This is something that will get to the people. And that message should be expressed in less than 30 words. Think of it as an elevator pitch. If you have a voter face to face, you got to give them that rationale in less than 30 words because that's all the time that you have. Very important. Very important. The message must be relevant to the audience. I'm going to repeat that again. The message must be relevant to the audience. Think about your district. Think about your community. That message must connect with that community. It must connect the candidate's life story, the candidate's experiences and goals with the community's concerns and desires. So let me tell you, if you're a candidate, remember this. It is not about you. It is about the people that you want to serve. A lot of people run for office for the wrong reasons, right? And we know that. Come on. But you know why? And the voters know that too. Voters are not dumb. Voters are smart. Voters are well aware. Let me tell you this. People can smell a fake from far away, right? Now, if you're the candidate or if you're working for a candidate the way I do, you have to remember it is not about that candidate. The goal should always be about serving the people. And the people, remember, the people have needs. The people have there are problems that need to be solved. So this is not about you or for whatever power kick you may have. This is about them, and it's about serving people. You know, Cornel West, the famous philosopher, African American philosopher, he said one thing that always struck me. He says, you cannot serve the people if you don't love the people. I'm going to repeat that. He said, you cannot serve the people if you don't love the people. You have to love your community. Because this is difficult. Let me tell you, campaigning is no joke. We talk about sweat, tears, and blood. Literally, that's what's at stake here. You're going to sweat your butt off. You are going to cry. Possibly. Who knows? You may possibly bleed, right? I've had candidates have eggs thrown on them, and I've seen plenty of fights. So hopefully you don't bleed because of a fight. Hopefully it's a staple that you just prick yourself stapling posters. But let me tell you, this is difficult stuff. Very difficult stuff. So do it, and do it for the right reason. And it's always about the people, right? Any campaign that does not accomplish this is destined to fail. Okay? Now, let me just say this once again. Your message has to connect with the people. Your message has to connect with the people. So it has to be about them. And if it's not about them, it's not going to connect. It's not going to jive. Okay, so you have to remember that it's got to connect. Again, people smell a fake far, far away. Your message and your story has to connect with the people. All right, that's what it's about. It's always about them. So questions that must be addressed when creating your message. Remember this. What are the candidates' goals? Do these goals reflect the voters' values? Who is involved with the campaign? Does becoming involved make me feel strong, fulfilled, hopeful, proud? How does the candidate differ from his or her opponents? Haley Rivera asked an important question before. How does a candidate distinguish him or herself from the other? This is the question right here, Haley. You have to make that happen, right? You have to find that path where you can distinguish yourself. Again, there has to be something that you offer that the others don't offer. What is that? Only you can answer that by evaluating your experience, your story, comparing it to what the people need at that time. Is it experience that people need, right? I'm not talking about just political experience. Could be civic engagement experience, community activism. Could be a number of things. But you have to frame that while you create that message. What solutions does a candidate offer? Politics is always about presenting solutions. Why? Because politics, that should be always the goal of politics. It should be about creating solutions and crafting a way forward to resolve problems. Politics should not be about creating more problems. It happens, but that's not what it's about. It's about creating solutions. So when you're running for office, or if you're helping someone run for office, you must ask yourself, what solutions are we presenting? What solutions have to be offered? And again, it's all about the community. It's all about them, right? Let me just pause here for a second, because there's some question. What about the fact that there's a diversity of people in the community? How do you have a message that is important to some people and not to other people in the community? Does the message have? Okay, so that's a difficult question. That's a very good question. Again, I'm going to repeat the question. How do you present a message that is relevant to a diverse group of people? So I think there's an overarching goal. That overarching goal should be relevant to all people. Now, I believe in targeting, right? And when you target, you can present that overall goal and make it relevant to a specific people, right? I'm thinking let's talk about housing, and you may be in a district. Here's a good example. City Council District number 2, which is Carlina Rivera's seat. That's an interesting district, and I think that gets at Cecilia's point. That district has a number of public housing developments, but it also has high-rise condominiums. So when you speak about housing, who are you speaking to? Are you speaking to the well-to-do that can afford to buy a $1 million one-bedroom apartment? Or are you speaking to the public housing resident that is struggling to pay bills? That's tough. You may have to target and gear your message in a way that's relevant to a specific pocket of voters, right? It requires creativity, it requires thought, but again, that message must be relevant to people in your community. There are ways to do it, but we won't have the time now to unpack details, but there are ways to do it. Excellent question. The key to messaging, and by the way, folks, you can keep the questions coming. This is another great question. Can you come up with a variety of messages? Let me get to that. Let me get to that. Cecilia, if I do forget by any chance, please write that question again. All right. The key to messaging is to remember that the campaign must speak to and meet the hopes and values that are most important to your voters, or the issue campaign, who you're trying to reach, right? The candidate's role is to offer ideas that can move and motivate the voter. Connecting the candidate with the aspirations of voters is fundamental, right? I'm going to repeat this. Look, and it's right there on your screens. The candidate must speak to and meet the hopes and values that are most important to your voters. Relevancy is key. Contextualizing your message is key. Somebody mentioned before, you can't have cookie cutter approaches. That is the truth. I do a lot of literature for candidates, right? I create messaging and I do direct mail. I do palm cards and literature and social media ads, messaging for websites and phone stuff, right? So, and this is the key here. You must make that message relevant to that community. So what I do is I study and I do a deep demographic and electoral analysis of the district or the city or the state, and I get to understand what is driving those places. Yes, you have the candidate. Yes, you have folks, but I also need to see for myself and evaluate for myself by analyzing what I see. Then you connect those needs to what the candidate has to offer, connecting that's their story, their experiences, and making it relevant to the people, right? Because remember, it is always about the people. So what do the people need? And how does that message get to the people? because again, it's about presenting solutions, and your message must always present solutions to people's problems. And people have serious problems, right? They want their child to succeed. But if we don't have an equitable distribution of money, we got to fight for that. That could be the rationale for your campaign, right? We want the governor, we want the mayor to distribute the monies carefully. We start with the governor because education is a state matter, right? So listen, and that could be the focus. That could be the focus. If it's housing, listen, look, I'm going to say this in a nonpartisan way. Mayor de Blasio has failed with his affordable housing program. He promised over 200,000 either new or existing affordable units to be created or maintained. I haven't heard anything about any 200,000 being maintained or created, right? Okay, so if you're running for city council, what are you going to do about it? What is your solution? How are you going to work with the new mayor to create affordable housing so that our folk don't get priced out of our own neighborhoods, as is happening in East Harlem, my home neighborhood, as is happening in the Lower East Side, where I used to reside, right? Where our people are being forced out because they cannot afford to be there. So if you're a candidate running in places like this, how does your message present a solution to that problem, right? That's what we're working with. So how do you do this? That's the key question. How do you do this? How do you develop this message and narrative? The narrative must start with the candidate's values, and I have, I think, less than 20 minutes. So if you have your questions, put them up so I can get to it. The narrative must start with the candidate's values, experiences, and reasons for running for office. A narrative that is not grounded in the candidate's values will be quickly dismissed by the voter. You must be authentic. I already told you. People, they can smell. I'm gonna put it this way: don't fake the funk, right? Don't fake the funk. How is the message developed? Conduct research. Start there, right? On voters. Who am I trying to reach? Who are the people that I must reach? This is one of my favorite parts, just figuring out the electoral analysis, right? Where is my candidate going to win? How many votes are needed? Where I'm going to get them from? Who are the people that will help him or her get over the top? You need to know that, right? And because your message, again, has to impact sectors within that electorate. Know your voters. I'm going to repeat that again. Know your voters. Know where your votes are coming from. Know exactly how much you need. Do self-research, right? I always ask, the first question I ask candidates, check this out, is your family with you? And the second question is, do you have any skeletons in your closet? What do I need to know about you? And tell me all of what you have, whether it's good or bad, because trust me, if it's bad, your opponents will know. And if you are a top tier candidate, voters will know, right? So do some self-research, do some digging on yourself. And you may think that you know it all. Trust me, I'll be able to find something. That's what we do. And do some research on your opponents as well. Again, not for the purposes of bashing, but it's for the purposes of contrasting, right? Jaime mentioned the C's of messaging. Here are the 5 C's of messaging. In your message, be concise, be clear, be consistent, be convincing, be contrastive. Be concise, be clear, be consistent, be convincing, be contrastive. Those are the 5 C's of messaging. I'm going to leave it up. And so that you can see that, because you must remember that. In your message, be concise. You don't have a lot of time. Be clear. Be consistent. You can't have different strategies, right? You can't have, different messaging. You have to be consistent and drive something home. Again, I said I do a lot of mail work, and mail work, like a lot of other things, is about repetition. The more you repeat it, the more it sticks. And you want your message to stick, because if it's important, people gotta know what you're fighting for and why you're gonna fight for them. So be consistent, be convincing, and be contrastive. Look, you're gonna run against other people. So again, what's gonna distinguish you from others? You gotta have that contrast. You must. The ideal message format. Think of 27, 9, and 3. 27 words, 9 seconds, 3 points. So again, narrow it down. 9 seconds is all you have. 3 points. If you do more, people are going to forget. Remember, you can't solve it all. But you got to think about what are 3 of the most important issues or points that you want to just champion and drive it home. Be consistent with it. Be concise. Again, be clear. Be contrastive. And be convincing. Okay? Things to remember. If people don't feel anything in response to your message, they won't remember it. Does your message create an emotional reaction? We call that the affective, AFFECTIVE, the affective element of messaging, right? Is your message authentic? It must be. Remember, the candidate and the message must be genuine, because people can smell BS very far away. Don't do that. Is the candidate passionate and convincing in her or his delivery? Is your message repeatable? The language, your message must use everyday words and phrases that the candidate and everyone will remember and repeat. Will people actually say the most important elements of the message to others? Right? It has to be memorable. Memorable. Listen, we're nonpartisan at LLI. I'm going to use this as an example. It's only as an example. You may not like Donald Trump, but you got to give him something. His message is memorable, because Make America Great Again, that was a message that everyone, his friends and foes, remember, right? They remember. So it has to be memorable, and it must use everyday words and phrases, right? That people will remember. So that is it. Let me thank you for that. So I don't know, Sarah, if there are any more questions here. But
I don't believe I saw any other questions. Thank you, Cecilia, Helen, and Reverend Hernandez for chatting. I'll double check. I didn't receive anything else.
Okay.
Oh, there was one in the Q&A box.
Yes.
Would you say there's still a need for women organizers, not just representatives?
Oh, yes. I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. We need women everything. Men have made plenty of messes, and we need women to clean it up. We need more female representation at all levels, yes, and that means more organizers. I'm going to say this: we need more women consultants. We need more women campaign operatives. We need more women or female election lawyers. I mean, we need more women candidates. And I said in a column I wrote for Gotham Gazette recently that, in some ways, 2020, the state legislative primaries in New York was in some ways the year of the woman. And we had some Latinas run and win. Jessica Rojas, I think of, in Queens, and and I hope that the same thing happens again in 2021 with the municipal elections. We need more women. I mean, I always feel that our elected representatives or the demographics of the representatives should reflect the people. And the fact is, we have more women, and in New York City, the fact is that we have more people of color. Then right. And just think about this. For mayor, you have some people of color that are running, for controller as well, and our public advocate is an African American man, right? At the city council level, we need more representation, and that means, yes, let's do organize, have more organizers and all that. That's why these sessions are so important, so that we can train as many as possible. But don't just receive the training, do something with it. And here, again, let's have more women do their thing, because they do it better. That's the truth. So let me see if there's something else. How can you empower candidates when you have greedy candidates, especially our own kind? Well, I mean, so, I believe in the power of organizing. And look, let's put it this way. Let's be real, right? There are folks that we may not like what they're doing, and they have the resources to stay in power. The fact is, we gotta match them, right? We gotta match them dollar for dollar, or at least enough dollars, people for people. Organize, what I don't know if it was Ed Koch, throw the bums out, or I forgot who used that expression. But listen, you want to throw the bums out, then organize better, right? Organize better, and that's it. Really, that's what it takes. And me, I've been more with insurgents than incumbents. I like taking the little engine that could, and having that little engine take out those that that are no good. The fact is that most of those insurgents, they don't win. That's a fact, unfortunately. But there are those that win, and those that win tend to be better organized. They tend to have enough money to do what they need to do. But listen, if you are upset at the system and who's in power, then do it better than they can, right? So train yourself, learn, do the work, do the hard work, because that's what it takes. It takes hard work. So just do it. You got to do it, and do it right. So I think that may be it, right?
I believe so. Yeah, and we are nearing 3:00, so we should probably wind down. Thank you so much, Eli, for all of that information. It was so, like you said, concise, clear. Your own presentation was what you were preaching. So thank you. Yes. And I'm so glad that kind of wrapped us up on the day, giving us some really strong points, like actionable things to do. So thank you so much.
Sure. Absolutely. A pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Wonderful. I'm not sure if Jaime is still on yet, but I wanted to just personally thank each and every one of you who stayed on for the whole training today, 9 to 3:00 on a Saturday. Truly means a lot. I know Jaime, if he's here, he would say the same thing. So any questions or feedback or concerns that you have with what went on today, you can email either Jaime at the Latino Leadership Institute @gmail.com, or you can also email Social Work Votes, because they were also kind of the creators of this today. Yes, some wonderful thank yous in the chat. Let's see. Jaime says,
I'm sorry. I'm saying I'm doing it in the chat box. I'm sorry, Sarah, to interrupt, but I see a number of thank yous. It's just to respond quickly. No, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing this moment with us. And again, take this and run with it. and take what was good, throw away what was bad. But I think all of it was good, because I know Jerry Goldfeder's great. I know Steve Kramer's great, and everything, and the women panelists. But what I will say is, no, I thank you, and do something with it. Let's make our city, state, let's make our country a better place, and it's on us to do it.
Well, Eli, like always, you're great. Don't go, stay there. I want to thank you and Mike. I mean, you have made this presentation like 20,000 times. I don't know if it's the Zoom. I don't know if it's the pandemic. I don't know what it is. But this was your best presentation ever from my point of view, and you have always been great. I really think that this is what people needed to learn, and they learn it in a compact, concise way. And I think that is useful for everything. It's not only for campaigns. I think it's in terms of how we organize ourselves in our communities, and that message is extremely important. From the beginning, this morning, even Jerry was talking about the importance of the message, but we never got to the message until now. And that is really important. We have social work boats at Columbia University working with all the groups. And one of the things that we are dealing with is creating that message that we can show throughout the purple states in which we're working. So it has to be a unitary type of message, which is not easy. And I think that your presentation today, for those who experience it, is going to help them to create that message for the social work boats group at Columbia. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for being with us for more than 10 years. You, Mike, and everybody else, and I'm so proud. Now everybody had an opportunity to see the whole team in one day. So I'm very happy. I'm very thankful. Thank you so much.
Yes, and also thank you, I want to say, to Aisha and Bettina, who were the supports for today. You can't see them, but they were in the back. So thank you both so much for also helping out.
Yeah, and also, of course, thank you to Sarah. This is our last day working together.
Thank you, Sarah.
I say, oh my God, she's one of the best ever. What a gift the Latino Leadership Institute got. And I'm very, very thankful to the universe. I'm very thankful to the university, and very thankful to Sarah. Sarah, you're going places, okay? Big places. Don't forget about the little people.
I won't. And this is not the last time you will hear from me, I'm sure.
Okay, I hope so. I hope so. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Yes, thank you so much.